Okay, so welcome everyone. We are now restarting since I just started recording. I'm Ricardo. I have the pleasure to receive and welcome all of you for our 8th Colóquio on Public Sector Account and Data Analytics and the 59th edition of the Road Continuous Audit and Reporting Symposia, WCARS from Carlab Rutgers. This is a great pleasure to receive all here, especially in this 80th edition when we have an addition to the partnership with Rutgers. This year, the partnership with the State University of Rio de Janeiro, WCARS, and the Federal University from Santa Catarina Universidade Federal. The agenda for today and tomorrow is quite full, from 9 to 6 in the afternoon. And for the first time in this colloquium, we arranged a call for papers. So authors can present their working papers in our colloquium this year. And I'm very happy that 5 authors got the approval for presenting their working papers in this conference this year. And this call for paper is connected to the call for papers from Public Money Management Journal. So not necessarily those papers that were submitted to the colloquium, they were not automatically submitted to the PMM, but this is an opportunity where the authors and co-authors can share their thoughts, their ideas, receive some feedback from other scholars in order to improve the research and submit the final version of the paper straight to the PMM journal by the end of next month. So the deadline is January 31st, the next year, for submitting to the PMM. And well, so let's go straight for the for the beginning of this session. And I would like to ask Professor Miklos to help me with the opening remarks in behalf of Rutgers. Please, Professor.
Good morning. First, Ricardo, thank you very much for inviting us again to work together. We are having a very lively year of WCARS. We had the WCARS in Madrid in March at the Bank of Spain, which was very good. Also, the food was very good in Spain. And then we had WCARS in the UK at Durham University. Was Professor Sangster came, and so he has 2 WCARS in his belt this year. And then we had our normal November one at Rutgers, and this is number 4. And next year we are planning Spain, but probably will be at Comillas, not at Huelva, together with Deloitte. And then we are still planning one in the UK at Durham. We are talking about one in Turkey, maybe it will happen. And by the way, we also had one this year in India at Vasarhelyi. So we have been having many meetings, and next year we'll have probably about the same. The one interesting thing that's happening is I finally started seeing companies with departments called continuous auditing. And finally, meaning we did this original work in, 1986 to 1990. And we thought that continuous auditing, we published first paper in the Audit Journal in 91. The AICPA issued the Red Book in 99 and went on and on. And we always thought that it would become reality and has not. And now finally you are seeing companies actually saying we have a continuous auditing department. and we have continuous auditing routines. Fabrícia will remember this. We were in Santa Catarina, we're talking with the state, and they have like 30 continuous auditing protocols in the state. And I also seen that with the federal government in Brazil, and I seen a couple of departments in private companies in the United States with them. But what I call continuous auditing, when some of them call it like they have one audit report a month, I think continuous auditing is continuous. And so we're going to get there. But I actually think we are in the verge of a major change. And ChatGPT is actually the facilitator. But I think computer methods, computer support, and interaction with data will change dramatically. We have also been arguing that accounting methods are obsolete and that we need much better forms of measurement of business to conduct business in real time. So I really would like to thank Ricardo for organizing this, and I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen in these next 2 days.
Thank you, Professor Miklos. Fabrícia, could you help me and Miklos saying some welcoming words in behalf of Santa Catarina Federal University, please?
Oh, sim, Ricardo. Desculpem por falar em português. Primeiramente, eu agradeço muito a oportunidade de participar dessa edição. O mundo é cada vez menor quando podemos também aproveitar os momentos remotos, né? E ainda mais poder participar de 2 eventos tão importantes para o crescimento do próprio país, né? Nessa área de monitoramento, auditoria contínua e com esse olhar para a área pública. Professor Miklos e professor Kevin, semana passada estiveram aqui também para finalizar uma disciplina e com esse olhar, né, de contribuir para a ciência, contribuir para a formação de novos pesquisadores. E um evento dessa envergadura que o professor Ricardo está organizando na FGV é de muita importância para esse cenário que nós estamos no momento, né, de trazer esse conhecimento para a nova geração, discutir assuntos, né, principalmente para os governos. Então, para nós é uma grande oportunidade. Estamos aqui com a equipe da UFSC ouvindo e também algumas pessoas que online estão participando. Agradecemos a oportunidade e também estou ansiosa, aí, como o professor Miklos, para ouvir, né, esses diferentes temas que vão ser abordados nesses 2 dias de evento. Teremos compras públicas, sustentabilidade, eficiência, tecnologia, diversos assuntos. Obrigada, professor Ricardo, pela oportunidade, e professor Miklos também, e a todos um excelente evento.
Obrigado, Fabrícia. Então, para fechar a abertura, to close the opening session, please, Professor Fernando Padovani from WCARS.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Padovani. I'm a head director of the Management School of State University of Rio de Janeiro. Inside of this school, we have our master degree program, our graduate program in accounting. We've been working together with Professor Ricardo for many years. And today is such an honor to come here and to take part of this event that is very important for us. Our program is one of the oldest of Rio de Janeiro in accounting. It's a very traditional program. We have been following this Congress, this seminar for many years, but today we have the honor to take part together, organizing the program and everything. But it's important in real public accounting. We work together with the state government. It's one of our missions in State University to work very close with the state government of Rio de Janeiro. And we can produce our duty, our mission is to produce knowledge, debate techniques to improve the management of the state government. And so I think it's very important to stay close to FGV and the research program of Ricardo. So you are supporting this year strongly. Thank you everybody for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. And I wish very good and productive works and these 2 days. Thank you very much, Ricardo.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, WCARS and Santa Catarina Federal University for their partnership. And also, of course, thank you, Rutgers, for the partnership. Thank you indeed. So we are a little bit, the agenda is quite fine. We are 10 minutes ahead of time here. So the next session will be the Virtual International Collaboration Education, VICE. We will make an update about the VICE initiative, initially suggested by Professor Miklos. Miklos had already made a presentation about VICE last colloquium. And the idea is that today we will have an update. I don't know if Abby is already connected with us. I see a Samsung. I don't know who is Samsung SM. I hope it's her. Okay, that's fine. I'll help you with the stick. Yeah. Yes. I will share the screen with that. Have now for even try to develop democracy company set of formats.
Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, sorry about that. So it really went very, very well, the course with Kevin and Fabrícia. My speaking didn't go very well. Next semester, we're already planning my exogenous variable course be done in that way. And up to now, it seems that both Federal de Santa Catarina will be participating and Southwest University of Finance Economics. And they set up a course, they gave it a name in China, and they'll be taking it with us. So there'll be 3 universities at least. If any one of you wants to participate, you're most welcome. So these are the 2 courses on the PhD program. And actually, this is maybe a little bit of a stretch, but I think that in the future, the competences for very special technical programs will be very difficult to acquire in one single university. So I think that over time, there'll be a lot of cooperative PhD programs which will be technically very deep. And so we created these ideas of options. I wish Abby was here to talk about it. She must have thought that the time in Brazil was 2 hours earlier, not later, or 2 hours later, not earlier. One is the whole idea of developing courses together. The other one is live participation. And we can actually develop it pretty much any way we want. My personal bias is always try to avoid bureaucracy. If you are based at Rutgers, you know that anything that you try to do with endorsement of the university will take years, and there'll be all kind of economic limitations. So that's why we are doing that. And let me just say one last thing. Just tell you a little bit about SWARM in the past. Okay, what happened is, we have been ranked #1 for, I don't know, 30 years or something like that in this AIS area. And about 5, 6 years ago, we realized that we are doing these great things with the PhD students and locally and companies, but we are not teaching our undergraduates and our master students. So we made a very serious thinking about how can we bring it to our curriculum. And the idea was create this thing that Hussein calls BYOC, build your own course. And BYOC, basically we have now, I would say anything between 50 and 90 modules that can be used, and the student logs in and chooses the modules he's going to take. Because Rutgers' registration system couldn't handle it very well, we wanted to do it between 1 and 6 credits. Each credit would be 5 modules. Okay, so we finished up having called 5 of them, give it a name, but you had to take 1 module that was required, the other 4 was free. You could take whatever you wanted, and the 6th one was totally BYOC. That was and became an incredible success. We have over 300 registrations every semester on this, and it's not only accounting. And because the courses are very technical. And so it has gone very, very well. Now we have someone supporting the software, someone running the courses, actually 2 of our PhD students running the courses, and 300-something registration. And now recently, several people in other universities started taking SWARM, and a couple of companies are now using SWARM. So this is all what I really want to talk about VICE, and we are very open to cooperation and arrangement and think about how we can work. Thank you very much, Ricardo. Thank you for allowing me to talk about this, and maybe we'll hear a very sleepy voice of Abby calling us soon.
Thank you, Miklos. sharing. So I'm back here. From the audience, anyone would like to make any question regarding the VIII initiative from our online audience?
Ricardo, posso fazer em português a pergunta?
Pode, Fabrícia.
Sim, é uma pergunta sobre como tem ocorrido para que as universidades certifiquem essa participação. O professor Miklos pontuou a questão da burocracia, né? Se nós trazemos para as universidades, como tem sido a certificação que fez parte dessas disciplinas? É a primeira pergunta. E se esses cursos servem para quais níveis? Somente doutorado ou outros níveis da educação?
Fabrícia, eu não entendi bem a primeira pergunta, mas deixa eu responder a segunda e talvez responda as duas. Os cursos, nós temos uma lista de módulos, eu vou te mandar a lista de módulos. Eu espero, esse ano que entra, a gente mais ou menos duplicar o número de módulos que nós temos, e nós não fazemos grande diferenciação de graduação e pós-graduação. Os cursos são extremamente técnicos, em grande maioria, e normalmente o aluno não tem grandes dificuldades com ele. Então, nós temos alunos de graduação e alunos de pós-graduação utilizando. Uma coisa que é uma grande utilização na Rutgers é que os alunos chegam no fim de graduação e está faltando 1 ou 2 créditos. Então, é um método muito prático de receber 1 ou 2 créditos e aprender alguma coisa útil. Então, o que está acontecendo é que no fall, a gente tem, vamos dizer, 250 a 300 registros, e no Spring é mais que 300, 350, talvez até um pouco mais, porque o aluno descobre que ele tem 118 créditos e ele precisa 120, qualquer coisa assim. E agora o pessoal está aconselhando. A outra coisa que está acontecendo, que vários outros departamentos da Rutgers estão começando a pensar e desenvolver módulos para o SWAM. E a gente ultimamente tem trabalhado com a Coursera, tentando desenvolver umas coisas para a Coursera, e chegamos à conclusão que a Coursera não é muito diferente do que nós fazemos. Agora, os módulos da Coursera são 5 a 7 minutos, e os nossos módulos são uma aula completa de 1 hora, 1 hora e meia. Quer dizer, é diferente. Eu acho que a razão da Coursera ser tão curto é que a Coursera é um negócio comercial, não é um negócio acadêmico. Eu respondi a sua pergunta, Fabrícia?
Sim, a segunda, sim. A primeira, professor, acho que eu vou formular melhor. Como eles obtêm um certificado por módulo, quantas disciplinas devem fazer para obter esse certificado? Eu pergunto para como o aluno que faz os cursos ou os módulos, ele pode obter o certificado disso para validar em sua universidade no Brasil, por exemplo.
Eu acho, Fabrícia, que essa resposta é a coisa que nós temos que conversar um pouco, como fazer isso. O conteúdo dos cursos existe, a experiência com os cursos tem sido melhor do que ótima, teria sido muito boa. Os cursos são de liderança mundial em natureza de conteúdo, e eu acho que cabe à universidade ou à entidade a decidir como se certifica. Nós temos a possibilidade de emitir certificados eletrônicos ou certificados em papel. A universidade nos permite fazer isso. Agora, eu acho que, por exemplo, se você quer usar isso no seu currículo, aí a gente devia combinar como fazer isso. Nós estamos conversando com 2 firmas de auditoria que você reconheceria o nome, e eles vão usar isso nos programas dele como parte do treinamento deles. Vão pagar a Rutgers um pouco de dinheiro para isso, mais barato do que o Coursera. E nós, em um caso, nós já até desenvolvemos um currículo completo de cybersecurity para eles, que foi, acho que foi 3 cursos que eles estão fazendo. Eles foram muito, como é que se diz, não sei dizer em português, picky. Eles não gostaram da qualidade que a gente fez, aí a gente teve que refazer várias vezes, mas agora está pronto e bonitinho. A gente não é um estúdio de produção cinematográfica, então a gente, desde que o conteúdo esteja bom e interessante, a gente não está ligando se o fundo é azul ou o fundo é verde, etc. e tal, mas eles ligavam, aí a gente refez e está fazendo. E agora a gente está com uma conversa com outra firma e a gente aprendeu que a gente tem que fazer o fundo verde e fazer umas bobaginhas desse tipo.
Ô, Miklos, deixa eu te ajudar a resposta a essa primeira pergunta da Fabrícia, pela nossa experiência aqui na FGV. Como é que a gente fez aqui, Fabrícia? Não estou falando do Build Your Own Course, estou falando do SWAM, da School with Million Courses. A ideia que a gente fez aqui foi: oferecemos uma disciplina para os nossos alunos do mestrado e doutorado, uma disciplina do programa da FGV, uma disciplina que não oferecíamos antigamente, foi o Network Analytics, foi o Text Analytics, foi o Visualization. Foram 3 cursos, na verdade, e convidamos o professor Miklos e os alunos dele para conduzirem e ministrarem essas disciplinas para os nossos alunos. Então, a burocracia foi muito fácil, porque foi uma disciplina do nosso programa, com o professor visitante. E assim a gente conseguiu imediatamente, o aluno não teve nenhum trabalho, porque bastou ele se inscrever como se fosse uma disciplina oferecida por qualquer outro professor do programa, sendo que, nesse caso, por um professor visitante. A outra forma que eu estou pensando em trabalhar, é uma novidade, o Miklos vai saber agora em primeira mão, é o seguinte: eu vou te convidar, Miklos, para você me ajudar numa disciplina minha. Então, tem uma disciplina aqui de Financial Accounting Analysis, aí tem uma parte de análise que a ideia é utilizar Analytics. Então, num curso de 10 encontros, de repente, se a gente pudesse ter tipo uma pílula de 2 encontros para discutir o Analytics dentro do Financial Statement Analysis, então a disciplina já é nossa, sendo que teria, além do professor da FGV, no caso, teria a participação especial do professor e de alunos lá da Rutgers. Assim, não, a burocracia está totalmente resolvida.
Isso é muito factível, muito factível. É isso que a gente tem que fazer, é adaptar as formalidades que existem na entidade. A gente fez a mesma coisa com a universidade na Indonésia, em Padovani University, a gente adaptou do jeito que eles precisavam. Quer dizer, Fabrícia, com você a gente faz o que você precisar fazer para a formalização interna.
Ótimo. Essa disciplina que o professor Kevin né, ofereceu agora para nós foi dessa maneira. Nós abrimos uma disciplina aqui no nosso programa de doutorado e em meu nome, né? E aí fizemos toda uma preparação. A disciplina, na verdade, acabou sendo a do professor Kevin, e sempre havia 1h30 antes para que nós preparássemos os alunos para a aula do professor Kevin do dia, e durante a semana todo o trabalho sendo acompanhado para as tarefas serem feitas, né? E foi uma excelente experiência. Então, acho que essa questão funcionou bem aqui também. A minha dúvida era também se a gente quisesse aproveitar para os cursos de graduação, como seria, mas eu acho que seriam outras reflexões. Acho que para doutorado, mestrado, talvez o que a FGV realizou e que nós acabamos de concluir agora com o professor Kevin também é possível, né? Talvez refletir como fazer para a graduação. Mas é isso, muito obrigada.
Eu acho que uma barreira para a graduação é o idioma, né? Talvez um contingente menor de alunos de graduação, proporcionalmente, consiga acompanhar o curso sabendo que não vai ser 100% em português, vai ter sessões relevantes em inglês.
Agora, os tradutores hoje em dia são muito bons, né? A minha previsão é que nos próximos 2, 3 anos, a educação vai se tornar muito universal, porque os softwares de tradução estão muito, muito bons. Quer dizer, é só esperar mais um tempinho e ter acesso a esses softwares. Quer dizer, mesmo graduação, se o problema é inglês, isso vai se resolver.
E eu queria aqui estender, então, a proposta, não só para a Federal de Santa Catarina, na parceria com a Rutgers, mas as outras universidades aqui presentes, representadas, que tiverem interesse, acredito que o professor Miklos também está totalmente à disposição de conversar. E eu também, aqui na FGV, já temos, né, volta e meia, alunos da UERJ que cursam disciplinas aqui, alunos daqui que cursam disciplinas no programa da UERJ, aumentar essa colaboração, alunos também da UFRJ, volta e meia cursando a disciplina aqui. Então, Fabrícia, por que não a gente fazer essa nossa parceria aqui mesmo, no Brasil, entre FGV e Universidade Federal de Santa Catarina, fazendo parte do mesmo conjunto do SWAM. A ideia é exatamente essa. Então, se por enquanto, de algum modo, o idioma é uma barreira, em português entre a gente, esse problema desaparece, embora eu concorde comigo que muito breve isso não vai ser mais um problema.
Nós estamos pensando em dois, eu não sei como é que eu vou chamar, não é módulos, mas componentes do SWAM. Quer dizer, o SWAM é um conteúdo eletrônico que você administra através... É um conteúdo eletrônico que usa o SWAM para entregar o conteúdo e testar o aluno. Em cima disso, a gente tem o Lena, que avalia o que o aluno está fazendo e ajuda o professor e o aluno a entender suas dificuldades. O terceiro modo que nós estamos falando é o que eu chamo RECO, RS, é o Recommender Model, no qual ele olha o aluno, olha a empresa e faz a recomendação que módulos o aluno deve cursar. Um negócio meio AI, mas não muito. E o quarto que a gente está falando é o Meta. E o Meta é a ideia de um ambiente metaverso com tradução automática. E, obviamente, cada um deles vai acontecer um pouco depois do outro, mas essa ideia, esse é o quarto módulo do meio ambiente.
Ótimo, excelente. Do you have more questions? Mais perguntas? Alguma sugestão? Alguém tem alguma outra reflexão sobre a ideia do SWAM?
Eu vou oferecer uma coisa, eu vou mandar para o Ricardo, I'm going to send to Ricardo the list of modules at SWAM at this moment. And so you can see what kind of content is there, and also a list of what we are planning to have developed over the next 6 months. And usually, once we say we're going to have it developed, it's developed. It's not very questionable. And so Ricardo will have a list of everyone. We'll send it to that. Is that okay, Ricardo?
Yes, definitely, for sure.
Oh, no.
So if I could, if you send me, I could also make that available in the website of the program of this conference, Miklos, or I can send straight by email to the attendees. Thank you. Então, só para reiterar o ponto, eu aqui reforço as minhas palavras. A ideia do SWAM eu acho realmente muito boa. Eu acho que é realmente inviável. Falei em português, que eu estou aqui mais preocupado com os colegas aqui do Brasil mesmo, tá? Eu cada vez me convenço mais que nenhuma escola, nenhuma universidade, nenhum programa vai conseguir oferecer ao aluno todo o conteúdo que o aluno precisa. o custo para que a escola consiga ter competência e desenvolvida em nível de excelência para oferecer tudo o que a gente precisa oferecer para a melhor formação dos nossos alunos, não é custo eficiente. Então, por que não a gente montar, de fato, uma parceria entre universidades, de modo a que a gente possa oferecer para os nossos alunos, como a gente sempre fez, o que a gente tem de melhor, e abrir a oportunidade para que os alunos de outros programas possam cursar aqui o que nós temos de melhor e os nossos alunos possam cursar lá o que vocês têm de melhor, o que nós não temos custo eficiente, estrutura custo eficiente para oferecer. A gente já tem, eu já vejo e já identifico essas iniciativas sendo realizadas de modo não estruturado, ou de modo não popularizado. Eu acho que a ideia do mesmo modo que semana que vem, aqui no nosso programa da FGV, a gente vai começar a anunciar quais as disciplinas nós vamos oferecer para os nossos alunos em primeiro trimestre de 2024, poderíamos enviar essa informação para as secretarias dos outros programas, vocês anunciam lá com as regras de inscrição nas nossas disciplinas aqui, e, do mesmo modo, quando vocês forem anunciar a abertura de disciplinas para o próximo trimestre do programa de vocês, anunciem aqui e abram as portas para que os nossos alunos, no caso aqui FGV e EBAPE, possam cursar lá. E tendo essa reciprocidade, a gente pode fazer de modo como está escrito no slide que o Miklos apresentou. Cada programa cobra a mensalidade do seu próprio aluno, se tiver que cobrar a mensalidade, mas não tem nenhum arranjo financeiro necessário entre as escolas parceiras, porque num programa de parceria em reciprocidade, se eu recebo o teu aluno sem o teu aluno pagar nada para a gente, você recebe o nosso aluno sem cobrar nada do nosso aluno. Isso pode ser feito aqui na cidade do Rio de Janeiro, pode ser feito em uma escala nacional, utilizando o Zoom, pode ser feito em uma escala internacional, como usando também o Zoom ou qualquer outra plataforma, como a gente já faz com a Rutgers. A ideia é ampliar isso de novo, para que a gente possa oferecer o melhor para o nosso aluno, mesmo que não seja um conteúdo com a equipe docente, do corpo docente, de cada escola em particular. Eu acho que essa é uma ideia fantástica. Thank you, Miklos. And sorry for speaking these last words in Portuguese, because I was really concerned about spreading this idea among our Brazilian partners here. Now, if there is no more questions, is there any question that anyone would like to raise about this idea? Sorry. Tem comments. Eu tenho que ler o comment, é isso? Eu tenho que ser multifunção. O Renato, excelente. Ricardo, percebo que esse é o mesmo caminho para uma educação mais abrangente. Obrigado, Renato, mas fica à vontade para abrir o microfone. So, sorry, not this. This. I'd like to call Professor Rodrigo for presenting his working paper. This is the first of 5 working papers that will be presented today regarding the PMM call for papers. The title of the paper is Competition and Efficiency. Desculpa, Rodrigo. Up, down here.
Vamos tirar aqui em cima. Espeta você.
Miklos, yours.
Yes.
Já foi? Yeah. So as I was saying, Rodrigo from COPEAD UFRJ will present the first of 5 papers, working papers for in this conference. The title is Competition Efficiency in Procurement Auctions. So Rodrigo, the floor is yours, and you have Professor Fabrícia and Ludwig that will make some comments about your paper. Thank you.
So can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you very much for Professor Ricardo and all the organizers for the opportunity to present this working paper of mine. that is with Bernardo Paiva, that is a master's who graduated the master program at COPEAD, and Luis Sacramento from PUC Rio. Okay, so the title of the paper is Competition and Efficiency in Procurement Auctions, Evidence from a Million Brazilian Auctions. So what we do is that we gather about data from 2015 to 2018, about 1 million procurement auctions, okay, that were procured by governments in Brazil. What we do is that we then analyze how competition affects the efficiency. And by efficiency, we mean reducing the price. Okay, and then because of the way that procurement auctions are structured in Brazil, we have a very clear way of defining efficiency, because we have each procurement has a target price. So if you procure a product for a price that's less than the target price, then you are more efficient. And then you can create here this kind of linear effect. So I think that Professor Ricardo is trying to show the slides. Yeah. Can you see this? Oh yeah. Now people can see the slides. So this is the paper at a glance. So we studied the effect of competition on public procurement using a large data set for Brazil. Our goal is to identify the role of competition and efficiency in government procurement auctions. So we do very clear econometric procedures. We just do panel data regressions and try to see the effects, especially an interaction effect. We'll discuss that later. And the point, so if you have any doubts or comments about the paper, please, you can stop me and ask any question or make any comment, okay? So then, what we did here is that to get this 1,366,002 procurement auctions, and we have here education, health, and defense. We have more data from other ministries, but the point that 90%, more than 90% of the procurements are in these three ministries, okay? Because then we have dozens of other ministries. With so little data, we decided to restrict that to these three ministries, okay? And that are by far the largest. And education is by far, education, it's only education 75%, 70%. And then we go to health, about I think 20%, and then defense about 5%, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get the correct percentage later. So, and then what's the main result of the paper? Okay, the main result of the paper is that this the effect of competition is not linear. What do I mean by it's not linear? When new entrants enter, they do not only have their own effect on the price, okay? They affect the other players, okay? So what we show is that for every new entrant, the average bid gap, so the average difference between bids, become much more aggressive in the sense that the spread is bigger. So instead of, so for two bidders, the price would go like 10, 9, 8, okay? But for with 3, 4, 5 bidders, the price will go from 10, 6, 4, and then much faster. So the difference, the average difference between bids increase. So in this case, competition, it does not only help by bringing new entrants that will give you a better price, but also force other players to give a better price, which is kind of obvious, but the literature does not show this effect. Why? Because it's very hard to kind of grasp it, because we have to calculate this kind of average difference between the bids systematically, and in this data set you can do it. Okay, so this is the main point of the paper. We also have additional contributions, which we try to see when this effect happens. For example, if the new entrant is a firm that is very small, so not the new entrant, if the winner is someone that's very small, this effect happens. If the winner is kind of a firm that does not usually participate in auctions, does this effect happen? So we try to do this kind of analysis to try to see this kind of heterogeneity in the results. Okay, oops, sorry. So this is a paper. And then this is a slide that last week we had a PhD candidate from Northwestern present a paper, and he put a slide to what this paper is not about. And I thought that's very interesting. I'm going to copy it. So what this paper is not about, because when I talk to people and present this paper, then there are very comments about, oh, could you see this? What about that? So I'm taking away what this paper is not about. It's not about corruption. Okay, because I say, okay, but maybe smaller firms are corrupt and firms that participate a lot and lose a lot, they're very corrupt, etc. Here, I agree with the point, but this paper is not about corruption. Why? Because then you have to develop a model or at least some kind of heuristic to try to differentiate firms based on kind of a corruption score, something like that. And it's not the point of this paper. I'm going to have to do something like machine learning or something like that to kind of detect or assess the likelihood of corruption, because it's very hard to use like the normal parametric econometric methods, okay, to kind of assess that. So here, don't talk about corruption. We also don't talk in this paper about determinants for procurement efficiency, meaning we do not try to, okay, what makes the procurement a success? Okay, in this case, we just look at competition, but then you can say, okay, but what time of the year? So if you buy too early of the year or too late of the year, near the holidays, maybe there are less bidders, and that may make the price higher. Or if you make lots of ministries are kind of grouping together and making lots of procurements that time of the year, then it creates kind of a herd effect, and that may help or harm, okay, the procurement auctions. Or should we make several smaller procurements or one large procurement? So this kind of determinants for procurement efficiency is not what the paper is about. So just look at competition. So these have this all the area that can be and must be further explored, but the paper is not about this. It's not also about procurement design. So how should we structure the procurement to be better, to have a better chance of success? Okay, here we talk about competition. Competition is very hard because competition is very hard for the government or the public entity to have anything to do with that. Okay, so how can you increase competition? We just say that competition is good, obviously, but it's good in a way that is not only have a first order effect, but also a very important second order effect. Okay, but how can you design the procurement to kind of increase competition? It's also not the topic about this paper, and not also about procurement regulation. Okay, so here we don't talk about how should the government structure laws and incentives to improve procurement. So again, this is not what the paper is about. So then I spent a lot of time talking about what the paper is not about. So what the paper is about, as I told you, that's the interplay between the number of bidder and the number of bids. Okay, so how the behavior of the bidders change, okay, due to the entrance of new bidders. Okay, and when this behavior happens. Okay, so we not only document this effect, but we also show under which conditions this effect occurs. Okay, so I think this is the contributions of the paper, the two main contributions. First contribution, documented this effect, this kind of second order effect, because the first order effect, competition is good, is kind of very obvious and very well shown in the literature. But it's kind of second order effect of how a new bidder affects other bidders and how they bid in these auctions. I think that's new, novel, and the contribution for the paper. The second one, that we go further, when does it happen? For example, if the firm is in the same state that the government unit is procuring, for example, my home university, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, we are gonna buy like 20 computers. And then who's gonna sell them to us? So maybe it can be a firm in Rio, and it can be a firm from São Paulo. Okay. And then which one, depending on if this bidder is local or non-local, it may change how it is, the interplay between other bidders. Why? Because maybe the firm from Rio is much closer, much less logistical problems. But maybe the firm that makes the computers are from São Paulo, and the firm from Rio is just an intermediary. So it's gonna add another layer of margin. So, and then we try to show it. We're gonna show later the results. Okay? Any doubts or questions or comments? Yeah?
Do the suppliers or the many suppliers have to pass any standardization tests before they can bid?
No, they do not need to pass any standardization because the auction itself is standardized. So it says, you have to supply me with this specific product, like this computer with this memory, etc., etc. So it's built within the auction. And if you fail to supply that, then even if you won the auction and you provide a product that's not within specification, then it's canceled, and it can be either awarded to the second place or doing an auction again.
And does that happen a lot?
In this data, we cannot see what happens afterwards, but based on experience, it happens a lot, but it's not common. Like it's not 20%, 30%, I think. It's much lower. But I think 1 in 10, I think that's a good approximation, at least in my view, at UFRJ and in other government places that I worked.
In Great Britain, we had competitive tendering, and the proposed suppliers have to go through an intense course of audit, if you like, to make sure that they can provide the necessary goods or services to provide what they want.
Yeah, so but in Brazil, so in your case, it will be ex ante. In Brazil, it's ex post. So after you won, then you have to kind of show that you are able to provide this kind of the product or the services. And as you can see in the data set, there are lots and lots of companies that are very small. And in Brazil, there is a law that tries to make a procurement more friendly to smaller companies. So I think that this ex-ante verification is not put in place because that it would exclude a lot of smaller companies. I don't know if what Professor Ricardo is looking at me and thinking.
I will try to help you answer this question. Yes, we do have a ex-ante assessment. Bidders that or companies that intend to bid in this procurement, they have to fulfill a report on compras net.
Compras net, exactly. But it's not like, oh, show me that it's not like he's saying like, show me the product before.
Yeah, they don't need to show the product, but they need to provide evidence that they are able or capable of performing whatever service or delivering goods that they are intending to provide in the bid. But it's not necessary.
But it's much more, as I think it's much more like bureaucratic, like
more formal.
Yeah, like is your CNI related to that? So I don't think that's like, oh, have you ever done this before, etc. Because I know many companies that are like have 300 CNIs, okay, and they do all kinds of stuff. They're not very specialists, But
Yeah,
how could they
the
pass this kind of
KNI,
verification?
for those that we are not from Brazil, is the
It's kind of a number that it's like
operational activity, that a code about operational activity of the company.
It's for in the US, you have that NAICS, NAICS, that's kind of the industry code that kind of separates of kind of services. In Brazil, you have that for the government, that code, for example, if I am a service, specialized, if I'm for example, if I'm an accountant, and I have a KNI for that. If I am a lawyer, KNI for that. If I sell computers, there is a specific KNI for that. So I have to show that you are registered with the government for that specific activity, okay? But what happens is that many companies, they just list hundreds of those activities. And then so they can go in many procurements.
So the registration with the government, is that comprehensive? Does it go through, you know, the background of the company, the capabilities, the accounts, and things?
I think that it's much more as a piggyback, because these are created for tax reasons. Because in Brazil, depending, especially for smaller companies, you are taxed differently based on the activities. For example, there are some kind of intellectual activities, like a lawyer is taxed different from a sale of computer, that's taxed different from a service worker. So you had to report that for tax reasons. And then kind of they use that for procurement reasons to try to see if you are registered. It's kind of the social security number in the US that is created for something, and then all the other government entities use the same number, and they will create for social security. But now it's used for open account, etc. So the same thing for that. So it's created for tax reasons to try to see in which tax bracket the company would be. But then it was is used for many things, for statistics, for the count. So which are the companies that are in each sector, etc. And they used for regulation and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One of the requirements for a company to assume the contract with the government is the share capital. It has to be a certain amount of the contract for the government to recognize that this company is able to fulfill that contract. Is one of the main indicators and the first thing that is checked to see if the company is able to.
And you use that because in this data set, I think 80% of companies have contributed capital less than 10,000 reais. So they are very small companies. And usually also the procurements here, they are not also large. Okay, they want to buy 5 computers. Okay, so of course, if you want to buy like a very specific machinery or a very expensive stuff, then I think that the requirements, they escalate. Of course, if you are like here we have like we wanted to buy 20 kilograms of flour, and they make a procurement for that. That's an example of the data set. Then there is no kind of, okay, if you bring me the flour, I'll pay you. Okay, so there isn't much ex ante verification on that. But of course, if you're gonna buy something very specific, then it escalates with the price. And the regulators like TCU and the Court of Accounts from the states, etc., they tend to look more in the larger contracts. And here you don't, and the largest contracts are kind of infrastructure contracts. That's not in this data set, like build a bridge, build a subway. So this is not here. This is kind of normal everyday products, buy an air conditioning, buy a computer. That's kind of very easy to understand what are the requirements, very easy to define. Okay, I want a computer that has 8 gigabytes of RAM, that has to be this type of RAM with an SSD of at least this amount, and with CPU that is at least a Core i7, I don't know. So it's very easy to specify. And these are the ones that, and here, in our data set, the products are bought many times. So these are very everyday stuff, like buy sets of pens, buy a computer, buy a television, etc. Yeah.
The peculiarity of the Brazilian procurement system is that a contract can be in the million of reais, but small companies can just fulfill small specific objects in such contracts. They don't have to buy all the contract and provide all the contract. They can do smaller parts. And that's how there are so many small companies in these procurements.
Thank you very much for, because one point about this paper, and that we spent a lot of time here, is trying to explain about the data set. And there is no slides here, but the paper go deeper because it's very hard for, okay, because is the data set comprised of public works? No, here we don't have public works because these are a whole different area of research. So these are much more like products, like everyday things that the government procures. Yeah.
Just to clear up for my benefit, you're only talking about procuring objects and not services.
I think here there are kinds of services, for example, very specific services, but I think that services here is like less than 5% of the data sets, 95% are objects, and even services are services related to objects, like print something, that's a service, but they provide the paper, people print it, etc. So that's there, like we have an air conditioning, then we have to maintain the air conditioning, and there is a piece that we have to buy, and then we have to buy that for the air conditioning and then install it. But these are always almost always related to a specific object. And that's why when you go further, each line here, we have a line for what the government's buying. So it's buying something that's related to an air conditioning. It's buying something that's a tire for a car. It's buying a computer, etc. So that you can see what are the products that are very frequently procured, the products that are very infrequently procured, and see if there are differences. That's one of our tests also. So if you look here, so these are the correct numbers. So education is 83% of the data set. Okay, because we have lots and lots of universities and federal institutes, okay, hundreds of them, and they buy a lot directly from the government. Health is small. Why? Because the way that is structured in Brazil, government gives mostly to the states and municipalities, especially the states, the hospitals, okay? And the federal hospitals are there are a very small number of them, and there are federal hospitals and also federal research institutes related to the Ministry of Health. So they procure items, but not as frequently, because then government gives money and the states procures, okay? So these are federal procurements. And then you have also the Ministry of Defense, okay? That's 6% of the data set. So these are 100% of this part of the data set. So, and this is 90% of the data set. So, and you can see here like a Pareto law, like education is 80%. Okay? And these three are 90%. And all the any other ministry that you can think of is on the other 10%. They're very small. There are some that procure only hundreds of items. That's why you select all of these three to be in the data set. Otherwise, there will be a bunch of fixed effects in the regression that will be controlling for very small number of observations. And here you have the data from 2015 to 2018, and you see that more or less procurement stays flat, but a quarter each year. And here's the summary statistics. So here we have efficiency. So what's efficiency? Efficiency is the difference, okay, between the target price and the price that you paid. Okay, so a negative efficiency means that you overpaid for the item compared to what was your target. So for every procurement, the government the governmental unit creates a target price for it. It can be created in two ways. The first one is with 3 quotations, or another one that's just enabled by CompressNet, okay, that you can see all the procurements, get the average of that, and use that for your as your target price. Okay, so you can see that the efficiency is positive, the average. But if you look here, the median is also positive, but very small. Okay, and if you look at the standard deviation, so 6,000, so it's the standard deviation is double of the efficiency, meaning that if you, there are lots and lots of auctions that end with prices higher than the estimated price, okay, the target price. Okay, here we have the number of bids. So on average, we have 30 bids. Okay, but if you look here, the median is 15. So we have a lot of auctions because the median is much smaller than the mean. What does that mean? It means that we have lots of auctions with less than 15 bids, 50%, but we have also very few auctions with hundreds of bids that they push the mean to the right. Okay, so that's what this table here is trying to convey. Okay, so that 50% of the auctions have less than 15 bids, okay, but because the mean is double the median, we have lots of auctions that must have hundreds of bids to push that number. And if you look here, the number of participants in the median are very close, meaning that there are around 5 participants per auction. Okay, and this is interesting because if you look here, quantity purchased, the mean is 672, but look at the standard deviation. It means that there are auctions that are procuring thousands of items. So we like to, and that's specifically for the Ministry of Education. Why? Because there are many universities in Brazil that they give kits especially to affirmative action students. Like we buy 1,000 notebooks. Notebooks, not the computer, but notebooks, paper notebooks, and pens, and so on and so forth. And I forgot the name of what's the right in the whiteboard to us. Atomic pilot, yeah, a pilot for to write on the board, and then you buy 500 of those. Or you buy toilet paper, okay? Then you have buy lots and lots of this. So then you have lots of auctions that buy thousands of items, okay? And not only that, but that's a very specific problem with this variable, is that the quantity is very, very hard to standardize. Why? When the government is buying something, the person that's buying puts there the quantity. But the quantity can be in units, can be in boxes. So, for example, instead of buying 10,000 pens, okay, I buy 100 boxes of 100 pens. So one may be 10,000, the other may be 100. Okay, so quantity purchase very hard to standardize. There are some that are in kilograms. Okay, I buy meat, I buy flour, you buy milk. Okay, and here we have the main specification. So here we have the efficiency. The efficiency is measured as I told you here. Okay, so this is going to be the price paid minus the estimated price. Sorry, the estimated price minus the price paid, because then it becomes positive. Okay, so the main specification is the number of bids. Okay, so IJK here is for auction I, won by firm J in minus 3K at time T. Okay, then what we have the number of bids. The number of bids, the number of total bids in that contract, then the number of participants, this is the main variable of interest, the interaction between these two. Okay. So a positive number means for each extra participant, the effect of the number of bids on efficient increases. Okay, then we have controls and fixed effects. Then what we have here is the main results. The main results is, okay, number of bids increase, of course, number of participants positive, interaction positive also. Okay, so as I told you, we have this kind of positive interaction. So for every new participant, there is an increase about 50 cents on the number of bids. Because the number of bids is an effect of 5, so can do a quick math here and like 10%. So increases, so for every new participant, there is an increase in the effect of the number of bids on efficiency by 10%. And now we try to see if this is caused by this kind of more aggressive effects by the bid difference. And we find that here. So we see that that's the main driver. So the number of participants increase the average difference between bids, meaning that the bids now become more aggressive. They escalate faster. Okay? So this is the mechanism of our effect. Then what we do here, we do top firm versus bottom firms. Top firms are the firm that won more, firms, the 100 firms that won the most auctions. So if you take just 100 firms, these 100 firms won more than 360,000 auctions. So these are the top firms, the firms that participate a lot. And these are the firms that we did that for 1, 5, and 10 auctions. I forgot which one is here. I think it's 10. Firm that won 10 or less auctions. And we see that the efficiency is positive only when these top 4 participants, the interaction, and it's negative, meaning that usually these firms here, the bottom firms win auctions that are not very competitive. Okay, when the big firms enter, they drive the price and they drive this kind of competition between them. Okay, but then we cannot say if there is corruption, if because of the design of the contract, etc. Then if you look at local versus non-local providers, we see a bigger effect here. So non-local local providers, they provide when they enter, the second order effect is bigger, so they are more competitive. The local ones, the non-local ones are also they increase but do not increase that much compared to local providers. Now, if you look at capital, so here we take so we divide into terciles. So here we get the top tercile, and here the bottom tercile, and here we see that the effect is positive for firms with high capital, but negative for firms with low capital. So this is just this again, so top and bottom firms. So we replicated this effect. So when there are big firms entering, there is lots of competition. Smaller firms entering, there's not that much competition. There is not too much that effect. And here we see products that are frequently procured and products that are infrequently procured. Then we divide the sample. Then you see that the effect is similar, very similar, okay? Meaning that it does not matter if it's like I buy something that I buy all the time, or I buy something that that's very infrequent, kind of the competition that is orthogonal to competition, okay? So in the conclusion, what we show, competition is good, obviously, but not only good directly, but also good in kind of providing incentives so that the other players give the best price. So competition is not to be only because each one of them already giving the best price, and there is a new entrant that can give an even better price, not that. There is a new entrant, and that forces the difference. The other players provide better prices, okay? So there is kind of this monitoring kind of effect here. So with that, I conclude. So thank you very much. Hope I was in time. And I thank you, Professor Ricardo, and all the ones that asked questions very much.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Now we have Professor Fabrícia and Ludwig that will make some comments to your paper. So you can please sit there, feel comfortable. Fabrícia, could you please start the discussion?
Sim, posso fazer compartilhar a apresentação?
Claro, por favor.
Já está aparecendo?
Assim, mas está aparecendo o seu PowerPoint, não está em full screen.
Ainda não?
Por mim, pode continuar assim. O que você acha? Então pode. Agora foi. Full screen.
Agora foi. Ok. Então, primeiramente, parabéns pela pesquisa. Eu acredito que é uma área em que se tem muito a discutir e vocês trouxeram contribuições bastante relevantes aqui. Eu organizei de uma maneira, sabe, de destacar os principais pontos, mas como já foi bem apresentado, vou tentar ir direto ao ponto aqui, mas o que me chamou a atenção, primeiramente, claro, olhar para o efeito da competição e a eficiência das compras públicas. Acredito que isso seja muito interessante, discutir competições. Claro que, como você colocou, né, não é olhar corrupção para ver a questão da competição, mas por trás da competição, como vocês trouxeram no referencial teórico, tem muitas questões a refletir, né? E é muito interessante esse olhar. Então, chama bastante atenção e parabenizo por essa escolha, né? A quantidade de dados também chama bastante atenção, ou seja, mostra o quanto, primeiro, o quanto que se pode observar desses dados, e uma outra questão importante que chama atenção desde o início para a relevância das compras públicas para o PIB nacional. Então, é um direcionador compras de governo. Amanhã nós vamos conversar um pouco sobre questões aqui de Santa Catarina a respeito também das compras, né? Mas compras do governo é muito importante para as regiões e para o próprio país, porque ele também movimenta a economia pelo volume, né, de despesas que se faz, né, de recursos que movimenta e de empresas que envolve. Então, é realmente bastante relevante olhar para ele. E o estudo traz reflexões interessantes sobre a participação das empresas, primeiro, né, a participação de pequenas e grandes empresas nesse processo de compras e o que chama atenção aos autores, né, a forma de melhorar o processo de compras por meio da competição, né, uma competição sendo uma forma de melhorar a eficiência da compra, as entregas, preços e tudo mais. Então, acho que esse olhar é muito interessante e faz com que o leitor se envolva nesse ambiente do governo, que as compras públicas. Algumas questões de resultados me fizeram refletir sobre ou a própria contribuição ou os passos seguintes, né? Então, são questões que eu gostaria de ouvir dos autores e da própria plateia, né? Como que esses resultados nos fazem refletir sobre o processo de compras no Brasil. Várias questões chamam a atenção, claro, das compras. Primeiro, a participação das compras no PIB relevante, então uma preocupação com as compras faz nos preocupar, né, sobre o próprio resultado para o país. Uma das coisas que vocês chamam atenção no seu artigo, tanto na parte teórica quanto nos resultados, é em relação ao preço, a expectativa de preço do governo, que ele coloca antes do leilão. Essa expectativa, ela pode influenciar o preço? Eu pergunto no sentido, se o governo faz uma expectativa de preço de R$ 1.000 e poderia ser 600, 700, se fosse bem trabalhado, se ele cria uma expectativa mais alta, não acaba direcionando todos para um preço maior? Ou forçar, ou de outro lado, se o preço é muito baixo, esse preço baixo pode forçar que todos cheguem a um preço de R$ 1.000, enquanto, por exemplo, deveria ser 1.200, e com isso perde qualidade? A minha pergunta, ela vai na direção, como que esse preço esperado do governo pode influenciar as compras? Deve ser uma preocupação, se não for bem trabalhado nesse momento, é algo em que devemos trazer mais reflexões na literatura e na própria prática de compras. Uma outra questão que eu acho que traz de forma muito interessante é a relevância de certos setores em compras no Brasil. Da mesma forma apontado aqui pelos estudos em nível nacional, educação, saúde e defesa, ou segurança, são 3 grandes áreas de importância. Da mesma forma acontece nos estados. Aqui em Santa Catarina não é diferente. Essas são as 3 grandes áreas de preocupação. O tamanho da companhia e a localização delas, para essas 3 áreas, se mantiveram o mesmo comportamento? Por que eu pergunto, né? Em cada área há uma especificidade diferente ou não? Eu não consegui compreender muito bem essa relação das 3 áreas com o tamanho e a especificação das empresas, né? Eu sei que você falou bem claro, né, que competição não era o ponto-chave dessa pergunta, desse seu trabalho, mas será que a competitividade e questões de corrupção devem ser mais estudados, né? Há algum desafio em relação à competitividade, preço, né, tabelado pelo governo, ou alguma facilidade para empresas maiores ou empresas que têm uma documentação que seja mais fácil de comprovar? Tem alguma relação ou não com corrupção? Se não pode, agora, nesse momento, não é o foco, é algo que nós devemos olhar, essa questão exclusivamente da competição, como vocês propõem aqui? E mais 3 perguntas. Uma é relacionada ao tamanho, né? Aqui, no estudo de vocês, apontou que empresas grandes melhoram a competitividade. Eu acho que isso pode ser interessante, mas eu fico me perguntando, hoje, a economia brasileira, ela tem uma grande representação das micro e pequenas empresas. 30% delas são responsáveis pelo PIB, né, por 30% do PIB, das micro e pequenas empresas, e geram 78 milhões de empregos, diretos e indiretos. E também há legislação específica para garantir a participação dessas empresas nas compras públicas. Aqui em Santa Catarina, por exemplo, 25% devem ser empresas pequenas. Aí a pergunta que ficou por trás é, se são as grandes que estão fazendo haver mais competitividade nas compras, como podemos garantir a participação das pequenas empresas se a competição das grandes é que é importante, a participação das grandes é que é importante para melhorar a competição, melhorar a compra. E as duas sugestões futuras, né, que vocês apontam são bastante interessantes, e eu me pergunto como que essa contribuição, a gente pode incentivar essas empresas a participar, pequenas e grandes empresas, e ao mesmo tempo garantir o desenvolvimento local. Ali no estudo de vocês aponta que as empresas locais, elas acabam tendo uma grande influência na competitividade. É por esse caminho que podemos fazer com que o governo, através das compras, promova um melhor desenvolvimento local? Então, são 6 perguntas. Eu sei que o tempo é pequeno, fica como sugestões de perguntas futuras, caso eu não possa responder todas, né? E gostaria de ouvir os autores, por favor. E, mais uma vez, obrigada pela ter apresentado esse trabalho para nós. E parabéns.
Obrigado, Fabrícia. So I will answer here in English. Can the target price influence the market to raise prices? In this study, we treated the target prices as exogenous, okay? And it is exogenous to firms. So because here we are looking at if you have the government, that's the demand side, and then you have from the offer side, look at the offer side, and the demand is, can you please maintain the slide so that I can answer? So that's the exogenous. So I really don't know. My gut, it would be that firms kind of disregard, because if you the first, we also have the data on the first bid, and usually what the companies do is that the first bid's very high. Why? Because if there is only one bidder, then I got a sweet contract with the government for a very high price. Okay, so I don't see the target price, the firms using that as a kind of an anchor. For me, it's kind of they just disregard the price, the target price, and they offer what they offer. Okay, and if it's below their cost, they exit. And I don't think that the government can use the target price. I think it's much more a way so that for regulators to see if the government's not overpaying. Okay, then it's a useful instrument to kind of trying to make them offer better prices. The second one is there a difference between government area? So the answer, we did that. The answer is no. There is no kind of heterogeneity. And then scraped that from the paper, and then we just use fixed effects there. So in all of them, we got more or less the same effects. Maybe there are some differences. I remember here with some kind of results, but because we do dozens and dozens of regressions here, I'm not, and then you multiply that by 3 because you're gonna do for each one of them. I'm not so sure that it's kind of different results, not just due to randomness. So for me, that's why you treat them all, and then you do just fixed effects to kind of get a bigger picture for the government. And also for, I think that would be an idea for a different paper to try to see this difference between sectors. Can competitive and less corporate be a proxy for local companies? That's, I don't know about corruption. Okay, I think that local companies, there are 2 advantages. One, more knowledge about the governmental unit. Okay, so they have a kind of, because they know where the government unit is, etc. So they can have this kind of private knowledge because they're closer, and there are logistical benefits for them. And I really do not, the effect for local companies, the effect that it would need a different full paper kind of understand why does that happen. Is it due to private information? Is it due to better logistics? Is it due to the fact that maybe they know more about the auctions because they are closer to the governmental units, so they know what happens. So maybe they are in WhatsApp groups with other local companies, okay, that also participate in auctions. So it's really hard to try to see what drives this effect. Now about the question, without reducing participation for small companies, I don't think that it's possible, because you have to reduce participation of small companies because most small companies, they have bad governance, etc., because they're small companies. Okay, because you have like Maze, etc., micro company that's just one owner, etc. Although we have, at least in my opinion, to kind of sift, okay, the good companies out of the bad. So we focus on the good small companies, the small companies that provide a fair price, that have very lean and very efficient structure, so that they can provide better prices for the same products. But not only this kind of blind effect of, okay, let's prioritize this, and then it becomes a transfer of wealth from the people to the small companies, which is, I don't think is the goal of the policy, to transfer governmental money to small companies. Okay, but what we want is kind of, okay, give them a shot to kind of provide these products, and then I pay them what I would pay to large companies, and then they'd have a bigger multiplicative effect on the economy. And I think that the key point is, because this is general small companies, and we have in looking at the data, we have much more heterogeneity among small companies and among big companies. And the point, I think, is, and that's when big data and data analytics can help, is to try to separate the good small companies from the bad small companies. The small companies that are very well run, lean, and cost effective. Super efficient bidders, that's a very interesting point, and I think that it's be again a different paper, because see what makes a company super efficient in auctions. Okay, to win more auctions, but here we do not have. We have another data set about like the kind of ratio of winning, and what's very interesting, that you have a company that have like 1,000 participations, 0 wins. I say, why these companies continue to participate? So that's a very strong indicator of corruption, but that's for another paper. And the contributions of efficient processes to local development. Then that's kind of external, like how can we develop this kind of regions? And I think that's a second order. For me, at least, my view, first order would be, we have to provide a service for the population. How can we provide this service with what we are buying without onerating the public too much? Then a second order would be, how can we put this money and buy from where we could have a better effect in the economy? But I don't think that is the kind of the first priority of purchasing. And I think that the courts of account, etc., they kind of look, and are you buying for the best price, the good product for the best price? And I think that should be the way. And I think that's, in the second point, it's very hard to analyze kind of this. It's much more a qualitative paper than a quantitative one, because it's very hard to quantitatively pinpoint the effect of this kind of auctions in the local development. It's much easier with interviews, talk to people in the area, talk to small entrepreneurs, etc. And I think that would be much more for a qualitative paper. But thank you very much. Very interesting ideas. Thank you for your comments. I think Ludwig is now doing his comments.
Okay. Thanks. Ricardo, acho que agora é o professor.
It's there. There's another question right there. No, please. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I enjoyed the study. And I was curious about 2 things. One was that the data set seems quite comprehensive and available. Is it something that's available to the public out there?
Yeah.
And then the second question, which is the real reason that I wanted to ask a question, is I'm going to display my monolingual characteristics here. You may have said it, or someone may have said it, but efficiency is actually a very interesting concept, and I think your operationalization of efficiency was quite, I would say, on the money in many respects. But there was one thing I was curious about. I could purchase an air conditioner with an inverter, with inverter technology for, let's say, 1,000 riyals. I'm going to use that number. But I could also purchase another one without inverter technology for 500 riyals. In other words, there are differences in the product, differences in the technology, which implies that a difference in a target price may not necessarily be reflective of efficiency, but something else. Were you able to capture this issue of homogeneity among the products that were being bidded?
Thank you very much for your comment. So first, it is available, but it's very hard to get. Why? Because it's not like a data set that you can download. You have to go to individual pages. So you can use one, web scrapers, but then the data is very messy. So how this data came to me, I did consulting for the World Bank with the Minister of Economy, and they provide us with the data set that was already cleaned and with some information that's not available there. So 90% of this information is available, but you have to download individually. So there are, I talked to a professor from Singapore, and that is a Brazilian, that he used this, and he put like 8 months downloading this data with web scrapers. So it is available to download, but it's very time consuming. The second point is that 8 months, it's because there is data caps. You cannot do like, you cannot reload that the same. I don't know how they put the instrument that.
My name is Ricardo. My name is Fabrícia.
Yeah, but that I think that what you have to do is, because there is captures, etc. Have to do that. Have to pay someone in India to kind of solving the captures for you and to show that you are human, etc. I don't remember. I think that he said it was 8 months to kind of download all the data. I don't know if there are other complications. For us, we tried to download that data. It took some months, also like 2-3 months, but I don't know, because he also downloads the data from SUS, from hospitals, etc. And I think that's all the data that he downloads from several governmental units in that case. But in our case, I think that when we scraped the internet to kind of get that, I think it was a month and a half to kind of get. You can talk to them. I talked to one of them last year, and he said no. Exactly that. No, we can. No, he was the boss. He was the one that's just below the minister. He was the secretary. I really do not know the reasons for that. But and then there's your second point. Because we do not compare, this measure is within auction. So we have this efficiency within auction. So for example, if I want to buy one with the inverter, the estimated price will be higher. Then I look at the efficiency on that. If I want to buy one without the inverter, then the estimated price is lower. So because it's within auction, I don't look cross auctions. So I don't compare the estimated price of different auctions. I compare the realized price to the estimated price in each auction.
But you may have 5 bidders. Each one of them might be. So the assumption to get to the efficiency argument, the assumption is that you do have homogeneity across.
Yeah, it's homogeneous because they're bidding in the same auction, so they are providing the exact same product.
Okay, so the procurement document that say we want inverter.
We inverter 220 volts, 20,000 watts. They are very specific. Sometimes even it goes to the press because they say sometimes they procure like champagne. There is to be this kind of champagne with at least this quality from this region of France. They are very specific. Sometimes the media gets that in certain for auction and it becomes a minor scandal. And I think that there was one 2 weeks ago when the president of Brazil wanted to procure like linen for his bed in the presidential house. And they said, oh, there has to be at least this quality from these brands or superior. So they are very like how it's to be cotton, 200 lines, etc. So they are very specific on that. Lula, the current president, it's about 2-3 weeks ago. It's the same. So they're not criticizing anyone in particular. They're saying the last one, because these scans about procurement happens a lot. Happens with the federal, Supreme Tribunal Federal, happens with ministers, happens with the president, because the public, someone finds it. And that's an easy score for the press to kind of sell articles. Sorry, Rodrigo.
Okay. First of all, congrats, Rodrigo, to this crunching massive amount of data. I have a few points really quick. First of all, I don't know what is the strategy, but it's related to the question already made. We didn't found the in the abstract or even in the introduction the ministers that you are talking about. So if we understand that there are similarities there are no heterogeneities, and you already mentioned that, but it's kind of strange to see health, education, and defense in the same sample. So I think it will be benefit to work on that in the introduction of the paper. Probably the strategy you used. There is a huge literature, and you know that actually I was kind of surprised that when you mentioned that there was these results that showing that competition and efficiency have a positive results or negative result. They're not conclusive because there is a recommendation for all the governments around the world, these institutions, OECD or World Bank, actually trying to enforce the use of competition in the public procurement. And when I saw that, well, these guys are saying that competition must be included in the public procurement, but there are no studies showing this effect. I think there's a lot of case studies of the implementation public procurement process around the world, but there is no specific. But these guys are already promoting this competition. So what I'm trying to say is that I think that the paper will be benefit is trying to connect a little bit with this discussion. I mean, talking about procurement as a process, that there is a recommendation related to competition. I already mentioned that there is a positive effect for the efficiency, and additionally to that, related to the professor last question, I think that the paper will benefit if we talk about economic efficiency. I mean, there is a debate, a very active, recent debate considering a more extensive understanding of efficiency in this procurement process. I mean, efficiency in relation to satisfying the customer or the citizen needs. So there are those guys, they're talking about efficiency in the process as a whole. You're talking about economic efficiency, and I think that it will be your work will be benefit if you mention this, define efficiency in this regard, economic efficiency. And last one, it was already mentioned. You said this slide was actually very helpful what this paper is not about. It's not in the paper. I think you probably will work on that, but we cannot, I think you cannot talk about efficiency in public procurement without talking about not the corruption per se, but the integrity in the public procurement process. It is clear that in some phase of the public procurement process, you need to establish competition. So you need to link to, I know your paper is not about corruption, but you need to link to this, to the public integrity in the public procurement process. I think that the paper will be benefit on that play. And first of, and last one, the red flags. They're very well-known red flags related to corruption that I think my question was that I was thinking if you use one of that red flags in your control variables, like you said, the number of KNIs or authorizations to operations from the companies, et cetera, et cetera. But I understand that you didn't use, you're saving that for another paper. So those are my comments, and that's it. Again, congratulations. It's not easy to work on that kind of data.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. It's about time for our refreshment. Thank you, Rodrigo. Just to make some comments about your paper, I really enjoyed the paper. I had the opportunity to chat with you some months ago about this working paper while we were working on the data. Just a suggestion, if you are considering to submit it to the PMM call for papers, please enhance the data analytics in the paper, or bring data analytics to the paper so we can enhance the matching, the fitness between this work and the call, okay? Just a suggestion. So now we have the refreshments for 15 minutes. So we will be back at 11:15. And already we have Professor Deniz. She has already arrived. So Deniz, thank you to see you. I'm so glad to see you again. I hope you can hear us well. And if you want to share your screen, feel free. You will be back in 15 minutes, okay? If you want to try your mic, just to see if everything's working finally. Can you speak a little bit?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, it works.
Yes, great. Good to see you.
Yes, thank you. So we'll be back in 15 minutes, okay? Just for hydraulic maintenance. Thank you. Shall we restart, guys?
Yes, we shall.
Yeah, Deniz, it's because
Hi, how are you?
we have some food here on the table.
Okay.
As you know, and people is there still enjoying life.
Okay.
But it's time to restart. So sério? Ah, ela que colocou. Coisa dela. So let's restart, please. Okay, Deniz. So now I'm glad to have Professor Deniz from Montclair University presented the double materiality audit assurance of ESG disclosure. And Deniz, I'm very happy that you are bringing this topic because one of the most relevant debates that I have seen among ESG reporting is the idea of double materiality. I have some concerns about double materiality, not only from the way we call double materiality in sustainability reports, but the old version of materiality for financial reporting. I see that's kind of double as well, but in a different perspective than we have seen being used the concept of double materiality in sustainability. So please, the mic is yours. Then I can share my thoughts about the other materiality for financial reporting. So thank you, Deniz. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. Thank you for your very warm welcome and greeting. And thank you to you and Miklos for allowing me to present on this topic. This is my first time presenting this paper that I'm working on with my colleagues. All of us were proteges of Miklos at Rutgers in the PhD program. I'm currently at Montclair State University Kelly is at Sacred Heart University in Connecticut. Ting's son is now at the State College of New Jersey, also in New Jersey. And Hanshin, I believe, will be defending very soon. And we presented this paper originally about a year ago at the AAA Accounting and Sustainability Conference in Washington, D.C. It was presented at that time by Ting and was also part of the Accounting Horizons Journal. The paper is currently under revision at the Accounting Horizons. However, the problem for us with this situation is that there is a 3,000 word limit to the article. So it has been a challenge to try to condense the content of our paper as we originally wrote it into this word restriction, but we're almost there. And we look forward to all your feedback and insights and comments about what I'm presenting today. However, I must disclose that I've been quite busy with other content, and I just wanted to show you what I was up to last night. So this is the time of the year where I bake about 7,000 cookies. This is my 6th year doing this. Sometimes I do it later in the month, like last year I didn't get to it till really late, but this year I'm early. Every year I make, like I said, all these cookies. This is the brochure. My husband packs the cookies, but it's quite an undertaking. You can see the table there with all the cookies. That's from another year, but I will also show other pictures that show from last night, or should I say at 3 o'clock this morning. So hopefully I won't be too tired when I present. But so we do this because my husband is a private business owner, and his clients, they have stipulations that their buyers cannot receive material gifts of value. So that typically means almost everything. So one of his clients is Walmart, for example. So even Walmart will not allow you to buy a bottle of water for a buyer. They will pay for it themselves. However, somehow homemade cookies fly under the radar. So every year, that's what I end up doing. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you in all disclosure. So going back to the topic at hand, the agenda today is, the format of our paper is, talk a little bit about the scenario, but Ricardo already laid it out pretty succinctly. Then we'll also talk about some of the current issues of the ESG, environmental, social, and governance disclosure. So this is a very broad topic. Most of the attention has been paid on environmental issues. However, social and governance is starting to become more important and relevant, particularly when we look at items such as car batteries, which require lithium, and other metallic compounds which are derived from mining, which can also be a problematic industry in terms of social implications. The role of external auditors. So auditors are being required now, at least in Europe, it's a requirement, and in the United States is a proposal by the SEC that the audit will now be expanded to beyond just financial numbers, but also to sustainability and environmental and social and governance matters as well. And so what does that mean in terms of attestation and assurance of these items? And what are the challenges? And also what your thoughts are and what we propose in our paper. So this research provides an understanding for a double materiality audit by first identifying the current issues in ESG disclosures, recognizing the relationship between ESG disclosure and the financial reporting and the numbers and certain accounts, identifying the role of external auditors in this interaction between this financial audit and ESG attestation and assurance, and by suggesting an audit analysis roadmap. So we provide a suggestion of how an audit can be conducted simultaneously along with attestation that incorporates both quantitative financial numbers and big ESG data and double materiality and audit analytics. So what do we mean by double materiality? It refers to, according to the EU, refers to assessing materiality from two aspects. First, the extent necessary for an understanding of the company's financial position, and that also derives the nature, timing, and extent of the audit process. So it's very important. So if an auditor feels an account's material, it means that there is going to have to be, requires more, the timing will have to be more immediate. There'll be more extensive testing and a broader expansive testing and greater in depth of testing. So for auditors to have an account be material in terms of revisions or implications, it requires a substantial revision to the audit beyond the normal non-material process. And also understanding the environmental, social, and governance ESG impact of the company's activities on a broad range of stakeholders. And this is where it gets really thorny for many auditors and just in general, because there's so many layers to ESG, and then how far back or how far along the supply chain do you go and to what stakeholders? And this is where the SEC, for example, has gotten into trouble recently with their proposal looking at upstream implications of sustainability issues and ESG issues. How far back should a company be responsible for the ESG implications of its supply chain? How far back do you report? It could go on. It could be quite an extensive process. And my guess is that it will eventually, there will be some kind of compromise in terms of the scope of the reporting, because it's like anything, you can report to the nth degree, but then it would not be very effective or efficient, I should say. So the SEC has also talked about the fact that this would be an attestation assignment for auditors. And I just want to quickly review what we were talking about with attestation. It's not quite the same as an engagement assurance opinion, but it's the purpose of basically providing a it's basically verifying, the users of information, third parties, investors, banks, what have you, with an opinion, conclusion, or findings regarding the reliability or the verifiability or the veracity of subject matter or an assertion about a topic as measured against criteria. So it's a little less encompassing as an audit engagement, but it's basically audit engagements is a type of attestation. So it's one level removed from an audit engagement. An engagement, audit examination of an engagement results in an opinion, reviewing engagement results in a conclusion, and agreed upon procedures, which is often what attestation assignments are, results in a conclusion. So, for example, in the blockchain space, often an audit opinion or engagement opinion might be an agreed upon procedure where we verify that certain procedures are being followed. And the idea is that the practitioner's report is intended to enhance the degree of confidence. So how reliable are these numbers? How reliable is the process? How in depth is the information? How verifiable is it? How truthful is it? That intended users can place in the subject. So are the numbers that the company reports truly accurate? Are they reliable? Or are they, not quite truthful? So what are the issues right now with current ESG disclosures? There are no standardized frameworks. So everybody's got their own opinion or their own feeling or their own conclusions on these frameworks. And in the United States, there's no mandatory assurance. The EU has a somewhat of a scope of assurance, and there are big data issues. So, and this goes on to a topic that many of us are familiar with in this room, and also Miklos talks quite a bit about, very frequently about, which is that using other types of data besides quantitative numbers. And for ESG, it's not only in terms of verifying the ESG numbers and the ESG reporting, but also how can this better inform a risk assessment or a potential area of concern for a client. And so it's a matter of imagineering how these numbers can be mapped onto financial numbers, into financial accounts, and vice versa. So it requires auditors to look beyond the typical quantitative audit and to really venture into all kinds of data, auditory files, video files, picture data, lots of sensor data, and imagineering how this could be, like I said, mapped onto financial numbers. So just to give you an idea of the standardized frameworks that are out there, while a wide range of ESG frameworks have been created for nonprofits and business groups and others, really, they've all had their own focus and recommendations. And you can see here, it's hard for me to even read on my screen here. I'm sorry about the visualization. Companies are now following different standards based on the framework of their area of governance. For example, the SEC follows the TCFD, which is, basically for investors, lenders, and insurers. SASB's had quite a bit of influence in the EU and in the general European space. But then we go on to the other networks and the other frameworks. Basically, they all vary in terms of purpose and audience and focus areas. As you can see, and companies now follow many different standards and many different reporting frameworks, and many companies are voluntarily reporting on ESG initiatives. They're just not audited for the most part. But they're following these initiatives because their investors and interested stakeholders are demanding such information, particularly in the area of environmental impact. That seems to be the area that has the most structure and in terms of guidelines and benchmarks. So, but it's really difficult for an investor or another interested party to compare ESG initiatives across companies in an industry, for example, particularly if they're located in different countries, because there could be different standards established. And so, for example, so the big question would be is, will there be a point where there is a uniform standard across the world that allows, since so many companies are multinational, that will standardize these reporting frameworks and expectations of companies as per industry. So obviously, mining company or oil energy company would have a different type of framework of expectations or guidelines for, as opposed to a retailer perhaps, or another type of industry. So that's the same view here, is a little larger. So you can see they all have different areas of focus, and some are, very supportive of environmental, social, and government. Some others are just environmental and governance. And so the question is, how do we fill in the gaps? I mean, I'm concerned, for example, about, in this country, the United States, there's been a lot of focus on environmental, but not too much on the social impacts of companies, particularly in terms of content of human slavery, for example, or slave labor, which is still predominant in the world, particularly in the countries where mining and agricultural industries or agricultural, for example, coffee or chocolate. These are all areas where there is still quite a bit of slave labor, and many of us consume these products every day. So in November 2022, the European Council formally approved the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, CSRD, and this will require companies to disclose more detailed sustainability-related information. It elevates the sustainability reporting to the same level as financial reporting, which puts a lot of pressure on auditors to verify this information, and ensure that the companies provide reliable and comparable sustainability information. Of course, that would be comparable to other European companies within the industry and other stakeholders. But again, the issue is that this is only for the EU companies, and the question is, the numbers being reported here, are they comparable, or are the metrics comparable to other companies and other, or the same industry that are from other parts of the world? So this is very ahead. This is ahead of the United States, and therefore we're hoping that the SEC will be able to pass its own rules very soon, or at least pass its suggestion. And hopefully this lack of compulsory requirement for ESG assurance from the SEC and other regulatory bodies in the United States will not be a long-term situation going forward. So, like I mentioned before, many companies voluntarily utilize external assurance providers and also report on sustainability despite the lack of requirement in the United States. But the Big Four only provide sustainability assurance for about 16% of the US companies. So this is recent academic work. So there is some reporting, lots of reporting in the United States, but it's not assured. So the SEC proposes to mandate ESG assurance. This is known as the issuer rule, and it requires that most public companies would provide certain climate-related financial data and greenhouse gas emissions insights in their public disclosure filings. Notably lacking is a social aspect of the ESG. And they will also be responsible for, as well as emissions from the supply and value chain. So they are going to be responsible for the upstream suppliers, numbers, and sustainability efforts. The scope will be of the audit engagement will then be expanded to include analysis of ESG-related data, ESG frameworks and their metrics, ESG governance, and ESG compliance. So this really, there's been over 15,000 comments and reactions from auditors, accountants, and various industry players in the United States over this proposal. They have not made it a regulation as of yet. They were going to pass some version of it in the summer, but it was postponed because of what they call Scope 3, which is basically requiring company or reporters to report on their supply chain, upstream reporting. Although many investors look at upstream implications, the auditors felt there was a lot of pushback in industry about that inclusion of the upstream Scope 3 requirements in the proposal. As of yet, it has not been passed. So behind all of this is the idea that ESG matters are highly related to financial incomes, particularly nowadays, because of the implications of, of whatever the industry is and its impacting ESG. And these kinds of disclosures have measurable impact on a company's financial statements, stock performance, risk profiles, and capital costs. There's been research has established that there's an ongoing relationship between ESG matters and firm performance in such areas as stock returns, which I'll discuss an example in a minute. Accounting measures like return on equity and return on assets, particularly over a longer time horizon. And basically the driving factors or the areas that drive these numbers or really sort of map these ESG issues to the accounting accounts, I should say, are areas such as company reputation, the perception of strength and innovation capabilities, and effective risk management. All these areas sort of like, this is like the tie between the two types of reports that creates this double materiality, the topic of reputation, innovation, and risk management. And weak sustainability initiatives are generally seen as creating significant company risk and give rise to, really adverse financial outcomes. And these risk factors could also lead to material misstatement risk and reputation risk and compromise the faithfulness of financial statements, where basically an untoward or unforeseen risk can materialize in an account where it wasn't material before, but ESG now has impacted that particular area. For instance, in September 2015, I know we're going back a ways here, Volkswagen was caught cheating on emission tests. So, and the nitrogen oxide pollutants emitted by VW diesel cars were up to 40 times above the US legally allowable level. The emission scandal caused a 30% drop in the share prices 1 week after the news broke, and ultimately costing the automaker $14.7 billion to settle claims, in addition to the reputation damage to the firm. And so the idea is that regulatory bodies have proposed guidance guidelines to help auditors identify ESG-related financial reporting risks in appropriate areas such as physical damages to facilities or inventories due to extreme climate events such as wildfires and flooding, changes to the legal and political environment where companies operate, and risks associated with the transition to a low carbon ecosystem. So what are the financial undertakings and innovation required to transform your company to a low carbon emission company or a low slave labor company or other types of governance structures. So this is a disclosure schedule as provided by the SEC. It's not dissimilar to the XBRL requirement, where we have large accelerated filers are the first to be required. Now, obviously, we're behind right now on the schedule because of the suggestion or the recommendation has not been passed or to become a regulation yet. Then we have the next bucket or tranche of filers would be accelerated or non-accelerated filers, and then finally this small reporting companies would be not required; they're exempted. And basically, you can see that scopes 1 and 2 are the areas where you're primarily responsible for, and the degree of assurance, limited and reasonable assurance, is also provided. So this is very important information for auditors in the United States if and when when this disclosure schedule is passed or made into law. But there's, like I said, there's been lots of pushback. Over 15,000 comment letters, and 5 of them are very unique and very expansive, and the SEC's had to really put this whole effort into pause, and it has yet to pass. So what are the other big issues? Big data issues are primary concern because ESG data is voluminous, it is of great variety and velocity. And there are different, the areas of big data that are of concern are reliability and fragmentation. So reliability means that we're looking at, what are the data metrics we're going to use to measure the different types of data, whether we have sensor data, social media posts, company and product reviews, news media, market indices, to name a few. Also, how do we measure such areas such as energy usage, which would be used by sensor probably, gender diversity, human rights, slave labor, et cetera, et cetera. There's such a huge range of data types and issues that are associated with ESG, and most all of it is big data. And although the cloud storage is available and storage is not the primary concern, the big concern is how do we analyze this big data? And also there's a concern about fragmentation, which refers to the state where the data might be broken up or divided into smaller, disconnected pieces. And this can occur when data is stored and transmitted across different locations, devices, or file formats, making it difficult to access, to bring back together, or may not make it reliable in terms of analysis. So some of the ESG analysis vendors have reported that it is challenging to compare the data and map the ESG data demands against available solutions. So this is me again. This is 3 o'clock this morning. Just a bigger view of the cookies. We basically open up the entire kitchen and living room and family room and dining room, and it's a big long table with lots of cookies. And everything has to be papered, and then all these will be boxed during the next few days. If I could, I would share some with you to go with your coffee. So what role do external auditors play in this environment? Well, we're dealing with the issue of double materiality, which is reality in EU, as I mentioned earlier, and is becoming an issue will become an issue in the United States for external auditors, where in both areas, in both domains, auditors will have to verify not only financial numbers and consider materiality in financial numbers, but also how ESG reports and results impact the materiality in both dimensions. And so, we were concerned about the SEC proposals to mandate ESG assurance. The SEC has stipulated that this be an attestation engagement for external auditors. So we're looking at simultaneously performing assurance and attestation level assurance. The ESG disclosure financial reporting quality becomes a matter of concern, which has been the primary content of many of the comment letters. And also, what kind of role do the auditors play in the interaction between financial audit and ESG attestations? So there are two perspectives in assessing materialities. There's a financial audit, which provides the indication to the auditor about the extent necessary for an understanding of the company's financial position and the degree, the nature, and the timing of the auditor's own tests. And the ESG attestation, which is the environmental, social, and governance impact of the company's activities on a broad range of stakeholders, as per the European Commission in 2019. And again, so to see how these are mapping together, the idea of double materiality explains how disclosed information can have an impact on a company's financial value, as well as global impact, especially in regard to climate change and other environmental and social issues. And so basically the idea is that, one is more interest to the investors or the financial materiality, but the environmental and social and materiality issues are primary audience to consumers, civil society, right, employees, investors, regulators, other interested parties. And so we have a duo directional type of materiality issue matter where the financial materiality can have an impact on the environmental reporting and vice versa. That's the name of double materiality. So the idea is that the effective financial statement audit helps improve the quality of ESG assurance, and also simultaneously, excellent assurance of ESG reporting improves the audit quality of financial data. And auditors are well positioned for ESG assurance given the extent of the analysis required for financial audit and engagements. The evidence obtained during a financial statement audit can be used to verify the disclosed ESG data in ESG data, and the data obtained in ESG assurance or attestation can be used to verify the numbers or improve the materiality assessment of the financial audit. So the ESG assurance and attestation involves using financial data, using ESG ratings, using exogenous data, which we talked about already a little bit. Involves a risk assessment of ESG and how this impacts the risk of different financial accounts in the financial reportings, and also vice versa. And how does the audit look when we're looking at both aspects? And this is the main contribution of our paper, is looking at this double materiality audit roadmap. So we provide in our report here, in our paper, a table of looking at how financial data could possibly be affected by different types of ESG related issues. So, and looking at the categories of expenses and costs, revenues and profits, accounting estimates, and other potentially required data. So for example, in litigation and compliance costs, for example, auditors will need to evaluate the risk of understated ESG-related disclosures using historical, current, and future climate litigation. So it's a very broad-ranging scope of assessment. So, what would be the cost or the claims to a client, and how much would that cost the client, and what would be the reputation damage and the regulatory fines involved? And that involves looking at all the different cases out there and being aware of the litigation and compliance issues that are currently at play, and looking at what those penalties might be depending on the regulator and the area of concern. Another expensive cost that we can be concerned about is repair and maintenance expenses for plant, property, and equipment caused by ESG matters, and research and development expenses related to eco-friendly innovations. So eco-friendly companies invest heavily on recyclable products and technology that reduces hazardous substances and greenhouse gas emissions. And R&D costs are very high based to carry out these tasks. And it's very costly to develop associated technologies and ensure their operational efficiency. Auditors can use such financial information to better assess the corporate ESG initiatives and their associated expenses. Then looking at the revenue and profit category, costs related to social governance issues. Again, these kind of impact on revenues and profits, and is a company correctly filing these costs? Auditors have to examine the data sources regarding the social governance pillars of ESG, such as human resources expenditures for diversity, equity, inclusion issues. So this follows into that category. Labor and administrative costs for customer satisfaction, investments in data protection and privacy policies. All these are governance issues that fall in the ESG category. Revenue, profits affected by ESG related issues. Revenue data and income statements is insightful for ESG assurance. For example, a coastal hotel may become less appealing due to sea level rise and beach erosion. And I know that in the Eastern United States, many businesses and residences are located on the coast. What happens when, due to ESG impacts and matters, all these are flooded, or the beach erodes, and so it becomes an issue. There's a loss of revenue for the hotel, loss of revenue for the restaurant. So these are areas that have to be projected in what-if scenarios, and we'll talk about that with the analytics section when we talk about the audit roadmap. The production volume affected by the occurrence of climate changes. ESG-related issues may decrease production volume. For example, an agricultural producer is affected by the occurrence of drought that reduces yields. In the United States, we have some areas that have had massive drought, periods of no rainfall, and have really relied drastically on water from other sources. And then all of a sudden they get flooded and the area becomes a big mud area with all kinds of damage. I'm thinking of California, which typically goes through drastic cycles of droughts. And so a lot of it is due or it's been associated with climate change matters. Accounting estimates, and this is always a thorny area for auditors and their clients, even more so with ESG matters. So looking at assets, that evaluation, depreciation expenses. So climate-related events can shorten related equipment's useful life. So management may have to adjust its residual evaluation and depreciation expense, right? Or other accounting estimate data includes provisions for the cost of reforestation of abandoned strip mines, or provisions for other types of environmental costs associated with improving or restoring the quality of land or other types of damage, environmental damage that might have occurred. Or the decreased evaluation of intangible assets such as an entity's brand. So thinking back on the Volkswagen example, and this is one of several that have been publicly identified. Well, how do you restore the public's confidence in your brand when your company was caught lying about emission numbers, right? That's a huge cost and expense, which is included on top of the litigation and compliance cost, right? Then the SEC required information potentially reported in the future. So if the SEC compliance actually is passed and be made a regulation, what are the estimated and actual costs for the strategy, greenhouse gas emissions costs, energy purchase expenses, management and emission costs, and name a few areas. That's just in terms of environmental costs. So the SEC proposed companies are to disclose global warming costs uniformly across the United States. Companies are required to describe on Form 10K their annual reports, their governance and strategy for climate risk and the climate risk management, and how they plan to meet their targets over time. And they would also need to be obligated to disclose their greenhouse gas emissions and obtain further reports. Also, we need to look at using the existing environmental, social, and governance ratings effectively. This radar map here discloses where the 6 ESG rating providers measure most, provide most measurement and analysis of SASB required environmental issues. So there are 6 areas of concern according to SASB: biodiversity impacts, waste and hazardous materials management, water and wastewater management, fuel management, energy management, and air quality. So it's very interesting that in the radar plot, we can see that almost all of the investigated ESG rating providers have established individual indicators, but most of the ratings occur in waste and hazardous materials management, water and wastewater management, and energy and GHG emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. Now, initially, that would indicate that auditors probably would be best advised to spend most of their effort in these 4 areas, but nonetheless, eventually all these 6 areas will need to be required to be, or 7 areas would be required to be reported. So again, these are the 6 main ESG rating providers and how where most of the predominant areas of data collection and reporting efforts are aligned. And this reflects most of the concern in ESG that exists in the area of environmental and climate management, and less so in the areas of social and governance, although because social governance is harder to measure, there aren't sensors that directly evaluate outputs, for example. How do you measure diversity, equity, and inclusion, for example? So it's not that these are not important, it's just that it really becomes a matter of how do we measure these and what is the best way to capture this information? And then how do we evaluate it? So looking at also the exogenous data that's involved with this, just go more into more detail. As auditor will be evaluating working with endogenous data, which is native to the company, so its own financial disclosures, such as its 10K, 10Qs, proxy reports, etc. Its own regulatory filings, the company's ESG and sustainability reports, stock exchange filings, annual general meetings, and other minutes, earnings calls, and all of the company's metrics in many different areas, such as the emissions for greenhouse gases, water usage. So just to give you a little insight, the scope 3 of the SEC requires any company that has a carbon footprint to report. I mean, so any company that uses water, uses gas or heat or electricity would have to file a ESG report or scope 3 report. So this is where it got a little crazy, and that's why there's so much pushback to the SEC about the requirements of water usage, because that's a universal requirement for almost every company that reports. Energy usage, emissions intensity, climate oversight and management, emissions intensity, such topics as CEO pay ratio. This goes to social and governance issues, right? So in the United States, there are companies where CEOs make 400 times the typical wage of a worker. The recent auto workers strike was all just about that, where the huge disparity between the CEO's pay and the workers' pay was brought to light. Gender pay ratio, in the United States in particular, there's still a huge gap between pay of women and men and for the same types of jobs. Gender diversity, human rights, and again, some of these more qualitative or social issues are harder to capture data for. Yes, there are numbers about what people will get paid, but for example, human rights, how do we evaluate that? Sometimes it's very clear, sometimes it's not. In terms of the kind of data we collect and how do you observe, capture observations of this. Non-discrimination, injury rate, employee turnover, temporary work ratio, injury rate, board diversity, board independence, incentivized pay, code of conduct, ethics and anti-corruption, data privacy, emission reduction, water recycling, water use reduction, general gender diversity, etc. This is another reason why many companies think twice about, we've seen a huge decrease in the United States and the number of publicly listed companies. About 20 years ago, there was over 10,000 public filers. I think it's down to around 6,000 now, because these types of data needs to be collected to be a public filer. At least that's what we're looking at. And many companies voluntarily report these due to investor and stakeholder demand. But like I said, it's not assured by auditors or has not been attested to by auditors. Then we're also looking at exogenous data. This is data outside of the company. Financially, we're looking at financial news such as Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, Reuters, Financial Times. Another paper I'm working on with these same colleagues is looking at headlines for rapid text mining for risk assessment purposes or to help better inform the initial assessment phase of audits, where you're looking at just general news headlines to get a lay of the land, so to speak. Flood risk analysis, satellite imagery, drone imagery, surveys, interviews, all this is exogenous data that has to be compiled. A lot of it's already messy for data for auditors. It's not typical spreadsheet data. Then we're looking at social media, which many of you are familiar with and you work with quite frequently, product reviews, online product reviews, complaints, stock exchange questions, job postings, URL share count, clickstream traffic, web traffic, different websites, app usage, water scarcity data, on and on and on, right? So it's really a very broad in scope in terms of the available data, data that can be accessed. And in terms of, so really this is where the materiality becomes very important, because obviously an auditor cannot look at all this types of data, but if it's an account that is material, then yes, you would need to look at all this, particularly exogenous data, to evaluate, whether there's truly a materiality issue. So looking at risk assessment in terms of ESGs, so what are the common risk criteria or common risk issues? And this is adopted from Deloitte. So in terms of like whether there's material risk based on an ESG matter, has been the matter publicly disclosed? Does it meet the SEC reporting requirement? So that is before this, there was a delay, but is it in compliance with any kind of reporting requirements or other regulatory requirements? Is it used in operations, or are you an indirect consumer? So obviously, if there's a matter or an issue with a general energy supplier that supplies energy not only to a company or but to many other companies and residences, then it would not be, it might be material, but it's really a broad material matter across across a broad range of users. Whereas if you're looking at something that's isolated to ESG reporting for that firm, then that would be of a greater scope and materiality. So what are the data complexities and aggregation and other types of matters in terms of ESG data? So, how was the data collected? How was it analyzed? Was this a robust process, or was it fraught with errors or possible issues? So what is the complexity of the metric and the application of standards being used? Is it tied to organizational goals? Are there historical errors involved? So this is an area that typically has been a problem for the company. So as we know in auditing, if were issues in the past in an area, we want to spend special focus on that area again in the future until the errors have been corrected and it's obvious that it's been corrected. So, how material is the issue? So how important is it to stakeholders? So for example, I think I can't be sure about this, but there's been a decline in the United States in the sales of electronic cars or electric vehicles. Some people attribute this to the lack of power stations, where possibly, or they're too expensive given the current economic climate in the United States. But it also could be that there is a broad concern about the sustainability or the environmental impact of the big car batteries. And we'll talk about that as an example later, but there are concerns at many levels. One is like, the mining of the lithium and other components of the battery. And then they're not very eco-friendly in terms of disposal. They're hard to reuse, but also disposing them requires dismantling the battery and basically throwing out different parts, components of it in different areas. And it's a very costly process and very environmentally fraught with all kinds of issues. And so who are the persons responsible for preparation of this data, collection of the data, preparing and reviewing it? Okay, so not in terms of the company, but also in terms of the auditor. And this is where there's been a huge industry cropping, at least in the United States, about ESG reporting and ESG specialists who are specialized in this area, engineering firms because really a lot of this data is not really something that, or type of data that would be understandable by auditors. And so they would require expertise from outsiders and third parties to better understand this data. So here is the double materiality audit roadmap, where on the top we see the quantitative financial position, or the quantitative, this is your typical quantitative financial position audit engagement, and below is our qualitative ESG impact engagement. So I must disclose that for this paper, we're considering that this is a typical external auditor who is conducting an audit engagement, and also simultaneously is seeking to attest as part of this engagement process, has to either attest, or they could also use data or attestation reports and verify the attestation report from another auditor. Okay, so, but it could be done simultaneously. So obviously, like with the quantitative audit, we're understanding the business, you're looking at prior and current period financial statements, 10K, 10Qs, et cetera, and other documents, and you're assessing business audit and inherent risks, developing overall audit strategy. And this is true for whether you're an ongoing client or a new client. Although you might have a better understanding of the client as, it's an ongoing client, but you still are obligated to make sure that nothing has drastically changed in terms of the client's risks or overall matters, whether it be environmental or financial or reputation or what have you. For example, right now, many companies face significant macroeconomic challenges based on the interest rates and other issues in the United States. Then looking at the ESG, we'd have to identify the objective of what is the scope of the ESG requirement, and what is the appropriate framework, and what kind of guidelines are we going to be appropriate for this type of data, for the type of objectives, and determine the frameworks for reporting analysis, and looking at the data collection process and evaluating the ESG related risks of those objectives. So, every company has different range of risks and different range of types of ESG matters they're dealing with. Almost every publicly listed company in the United States definitely deals with governance and social risks. The environmental is less clear. It depends on, of course, industry and to what degree the supply chain is impacted by ESG as well. And this also informs the risk assessment process. So there are basically three broad scopes in our framework here. There's four, I'm sorry. So we have the large one, the engagement, acceptance, and risk assessment. And we have the middle phase here where we're going through internal control evaluation, substantive evaluation procedures, the substantive procedures, and the completion. So typical for regular financial audits, we're looking at internal control evaluation. We evaluate the effectiveness of internal controls. We identify the key controls, perform tests and controls. And then similarly, we have to look at the ESG controls. So what are the company's policies for relevant issues or relevant ESG matters? We have to test their procedures for monitoring and evaluating the ESG risks. And this may require outside expertise to help us evaluate these areas and processes, particularly when it comes to different types of machinery and equipment and different types of emissions, and et cetera, et cetera. Then we're going to look at what I call the double materiality analytics phase, which is where we perform analytical procedures and substantive tests of transactions and tests of details. But in terms of environmental issues, this requires much broader range of types of analytics. So we have to determine the relevant ESG issues, which could be environmental, social capital, human capital, business model, and leadership. And all of these would have different relevant techniques. We have to evaluate and analyze collected financial ESG ratings and exogenous data. We have to identify appropriate analytical techniques. So for example, this could be data mining techniques such as web scraping and cloud storage expertise would be required when you're trying to collect massive amounts of data. You may need textual analytics skills to extract useful insights from unstructured data, particularly when we're looking at ratings and social media postings. You may have to use deep learning, natural language processing models. You might have to look at labor practice indicators such as employee satisfaction and diversity, equity, and inclusion measures, if they exist, which could be reflected perhaps in anonymous social media postings from employees. You may have to use different types of machine learning algorithms to analyze the data. Supervised learning algorithms such as regression and decision tree methods can be used to establish expectation models for ESG risk assessment. Whereas unsupervised algorithms such as outlier detection algorithms can be used to identify unusual trends underlie the ESG journal entries. And also you would have to develop your own assessment of financial materiality in ESG matters. So you may need to look at such areas as emissions, for example, and base these and look at varied interests in various matters in terms of sustainability measures, sustainability frameworks. So it's a very broad and very open area in terms of what kind of range of analytics you could use, particularly for imagineering, looking in the future of what types, how different financial numbers can be impacted by these measurements. You may be looking at more stochastic or optimization models or prescriptive analytics where you really need to do what if scenarios. Thinking about Monte Carlo models. It's similar to what occurs in finance, where really we have to sort of, what is the probability of something occurring and damaging reputation or creating a problem for the firm in this area. And then finally, the completion is very similar to what we do in auditing already currently, where we provide reasonable assurance for the financial statements, and we provide reasonable attestation or reasonable assurance for the ESG disclosures. So the lower part, half of the framework is really, it could be part of the attestation component of assurance that's conducted by the auditor, or it can also be a standalone attestation engagement. So what are the challenges we face with this? So the data, for example, there could be huge disagreement between ESG scores launched by different rating agencies. There is a lack of transparency, perhaps, across the different models. Like we mentioned this before, so there's also maybe a lack of similarity and comparability across different reporting standards and the different data types. There could be inherent bias towards firm size, geographical locations, and industry sectors. So obviously some sectors have more developed metrics and data collection capacities than other areas. So think about, emissions has been around as a topic for quite some time now. Carbon emissions has been huge. Obviously the data around data capture and collection and analysis is more established in those areas, and less so, for example, for social governance, and those other more softer types of areas. And then how reliable is that data? We talked about fragmentation. Technologies, these are typical areas of challenge that are across all industries basically, but also particularly pertinent to ESG. How do we acquire the adequate skill sets as auditors, and also in terms of the client's own management of these matters? And how much does it cost to implement in terms of the firm or the client, and also as auditors? So how much will that increase the cost of engagement? How much more would it cost, the client to engage you as an auditor? And how much does it cost an audit firm to stay up to, stay relevant in these topic matters? And then also selecting an independent and competent specialist as an expert area matter, or also to help assist the auditor in this engagement. So we provide in our paper a list of the challenges that, and I want to go over some of these before we conclude. So the validity of ESG ratings is frequently called into doubt, and this is basically due to there's a divergence in ESG ratings, and this is due to the variety in the evaluation criteria, which we mentioned earlier, the scope and integration weights, the average correlation between the ESG ratings. So there's been very little correlation across the different measurements, and so this is a big area. So of concern, like I mentioned earlier on, ESG as an international initiative would be greatly helped if there was one rating evaluation standard set and one regulation, but we're not there. Lack of transparency. ESG rating agencies' criteria and assessment information are not publicly available for the most part, making it hard to understand what these ratings are measuring, and hard to understand how to make reasonable comparisons. So how do I know whether, like, how are these numbers derived, and why is it not being reported, the methodology, and due to the privacy information, many of these ESG rating agencies are private companies, or they're private entities, and also it becomes hard to standardize across these different rating agencies. Then we also have inherent biases of ESG ratings. So typically larger companies may invest more resources to enhance their sustainability reporting and provide more ESG data to the rating agencies' databases. So obviously they're skewed towards the larger companies, skewed to certain industries, and really the smaller companies do not receive the same attention or support in terms of their reporting matters. And also they are subject to geographical and industry sector biases, which we talked about already. So some of the solutions to these issues are, when using ESG ratings as supplemental audit references, auditors will need to use professional judgment and or outside expertise and consider company-specific attributes, industry section characteristics, and whether ESG rating agencies provide relevant data solutions in terms of evaluating this information. They should also seek advices from ESG professionals and subject matter experts, and industry-specific experts. So every industry has expertise in different areas. The SEC has suggested to provide standards for ESG ratings for different industries. So I won't go over too many more of these. So we have, issues of trying to verify the veracity of exogenous data as audit evidence, keeping audit independence, and also technology challenges. I see I'm almost running out of time here, I believe, so I need to move forward here. So one of the examples I just wanted to briefly mention is that, for example, the very object, which is windmills, which is being used to replace gasoline and electricity as a source of power that's coming from coal. And, the idea is electricity would come from wind-powered electricity. The windmill turbines are actually made of fiberglass and the type of nature which is not recyclable. And so the big concern is now that the first windmills are coming, they're going to now be to the stage where they have to be retired. What do we do with these huge turbines? Many of them are quite large. I mean, there could be as long as 260 feet to 290 feet, particularly the ones in the ocean are that size. What do we do with these big objects that cannot be recycled? That's a huge environmental impact. Not to mention the killing of the birds that get caught up in the wind turbines. And then also I mentioned earlier that the electric car battery, the big issue is the recyclability of these. What do we do with the components? The nickel and cobalt could be possibly recycled elsewhere, but lithium, the batteries themselves are very toxic to the environment. And also there's a question about the origin of where they come, of where they're mined, and how the labor of these mines, and what are the labor practices in these mines. So the parting thoughts on our paper is that we have a framework of audit engagement under the lens of double materiality. A misstatement that would ordinarily be evaluated as quantitatively immaterial may actually be material when you consider ESG nature and data matters. These ESG disclosures could exacerbate the materiality of different quantitative numbers that are already material, so magnify them or duplicate the magnification. Material measures could impact many areas of the audit that typically before were not material. So the entire engagement process is affected by the concept of ESG double materiality. The scope of every audit procedure must be reevaluated from the perspective of ESG reporting. So the day of double material audit has arrived. And that is the cookies, again, another angle of that. And I want to thank you again. I'm sorry for running over time.
Thank you, Deniz. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to hear from the audience if we have some questions. Yes, Miklos has, please, Miklos.
Hi, Deniz.
Hi, Miklos, how are you?
Very hungry with those cookies.
Cookies? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Deniz, I have a suggestion for you. This paper is all over the map. And you know, I'm an engineer. And engineers understand what's called acceptable error in measurement. And depending on what process you are doing, you define that your acceptable error is 1 micron, 1 centimeter, 1 meter, or 1 mile.
Right.
Okay. I think you're making this more complicated than needs to be done. I think you kind of specify your variables, understand what, because materiality is not necessarily only an audit concept. Materiality is a concept of acceptable measurement error. So I think that's what you should do, because you're all over the map with this thing, talking about issues in materiality and how do you deal with battery that is expunged. Just kind of think about variables that you're going to measure, and for the purpose of what you're doing, auditing, measuring, pricing, what is an acceptable error of measurement? And I think your life will become much easier.
Thank you, Miklos. I'll take that. I will report that to my co-authors and we'll see what we can do with it. I mean, I like the idea of what you're saying, the acceptable measurement error, because that is part of the expertise that's required in that side of the engagement, which the auditors don't currently, they're not engineers, right? So thank you.
Yeah, but you know, Deniz, what, just repeating myself a little bit, is acceptable error in engineering has to do with the nature of the structure or with the nature of what you're doing. So you cannot really have a generic double materiality thing. It has to be related to the particular thing that's being done. And that will make your life much easier.
So are you saying that depending on the area of ESG that we're measuring, the error would be,
the standards in that area. And you see, one of the big problems these days on ESG and ESG measurement is that people are all over the map. They are not specifying exactly what they want to do. And there is a lot of BS around it.
Right.
And it just can't be. Deniz, you are too young to remember this. But when the materiality concept came out, it was basically a AICPA task force. And the big firms and the small firms could not agree. You know, Bob Elliott at that time at KPMG argued for a triple root square of total assets as a measurement of materiality. The other ones of the Big Eight had a quantitative assessment. It was the smallest ones that didn't want it. And this guy, John Grant Rode, who was a professor at the University of San Francisco, was the research agent doing that, and finished up in an impasse because they had not agreed. Big firms wanted one thing, small firms wanted the other. So if you're going to attack this problem of materiality in ESG, you need to kind of say, I am assuming that I'm now talking about CO emissions, or methane emissions. I'm talking about disposal of lithium batteries. And then what topic on disposal of lithium oils you're worried? And then you can say, I accept the measurements in 1/10 of a kilo. And if it's more than 1/10 of the kilo is material, if it's less, is immaterial. But that will make your life much easier. And you can just create a big matrix with some examples, and that maybe help you. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk so much, but this is something I have been interested, and I was totally puzzled by the Europeans, the way they are talking about double materiality.
Well, thank you very much, Miklos.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deniz. I listened to your presentation, and it reminded me of a case that I had several years ago. I was at a bank doing a presentation, and all of a sudden, everyone was getting out of my presentation, and I heard some screaming and shouting. It turned out that somebody failed to pay a $100 deposit on a piece of software that they were using. It was an enterprise critical piece of software. And the $100 would simply show a commitment. So what happened on the day that I was there was that the $100 amount was not paid. And so there was no commitment. Therefore, the entire enterprise was cut off from that particular system, and the entire bank operations went down for a couple of hours. Now, I say this in the context of IT, but also it's something that applies to ESG.
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume that you have a hotel chain in the Caribbean, and you could have built a $100,000 wall to prevent the ocean from taking down your structures. You didn't.
Right.
But that $100,000 may not be material in the context of financial reporting.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing is true with my $100 example.
Right.
You know, when we look at ESG materiality, is it really a concept of double materiality, as some people say, and as you say, or are these two completely different sides, completely different coins, as opposed to two sides of the same coin, which is the impression that I get listening to your presentation?
Well, I'd argue that I think double materiality is actually a convenient coinage. It's like a catch-all phrase, right? But you're right. I think you're right, though, that, but the idea is that it expands the scope of what we consider to be material beyond financial numbers. So you have to include ESG in the matter, because these numbers could impact the reputation, could impact some other aspect of the firm. I was talking in my audit classes about Wells Fargo. For years, KPMG knew that they were creating these fake credit card accounts, but they weren't material. What are you talking about? $40 charges on a customer. It was like maybe $500 million, or it was some amount that was not material to Wells Fargo's operation. So KPMG, they would scold the client, but they never really reported it. And so it became material as a risk when basically some investors or some victims of the fraud scam reported it on social media, and it got reported to the regulators. And Wells Fargo is still paying for it today, even though at that point in the time, that was not a material matter. So it cost Wells Fargo billions of dollars.
Thank you, Deniz.
Thank you.
And thank you for the questions. It's now time to hand over the mic to Kevin and to Professor Thomas. Thomas sharing the session. So please, Thomas, the mic is yours. And I guess that Kevin will acknowledge that we are quite 10 minutes late now.
Sorry.
We were coming here this morning. He said, well, 1 hour is a lot. It's too long.
Well, that's why you guys let me go on, right?
50 minutes. So thank you, Professor Thomas.
I thank you for inviting me here, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this session. This session is a session on ChatGPT, and I always like telling stories when I talk about any concept. My story for today is a paper that was written by about, 340 different accounting professors. And it was published in Issues in Accounting Education. It was a paper which essentially said, wait, accountants are very smart. They are outsmarting, or they are doing better than ChatGPT would do. But the interesting thing about that paper is that within a matter of weeks after the paper came out, the entire thing was obsolete, because OpenAI came out with ChatGPT 4. Now, today's session is about ChatGPT and some of the consequences that one might experience when using ChatGPT. And I am very keenly interested in this particular topic because I do have some sensibility as to what might go wrong or what might go right when one is using ChatGPT. And some of the inadvertent consequences, I think, are quite interesting just of themselves. So I'm going to turn it over to our main speaker. And there you are, Kevin.
Thanks, Thomas. So I was on that paper. And I guess the lesson is if you fall asleep during this presentation, it doesn't matter because in a few weeks, everything will be different anyway. Which is fine with me. Okay, let me share my screen. Screen here. Okay, so you can't have a ChatGPT presentation without a Dolly image. I actually had to mess with the prompt quite a bit to make it look this good. I mean, the word is kind of messed up. Wording is a little messed up. The spelling's wrong, but the classroom looks like the classroom in here, doesn't it? With the tiered seating and the semicircle format. So, yeah, right now I'm kind of living in a sitcom. I'm at Miklos's house with 3 septuagenarians. They're all, oh, no need. Sorry if you didn't want me to tell that much information. I'm the young guy asking them for advice on women. It's like 3 men and a baby. Except I'm the one changing their diapers. That's a joke. All right, that's a joke. I was working on that one for a few minutes. I can't tell if it fell flat or not, but I think it was pretty flat. Well, let's go on. Here's the title of my presentation. The first half of the presentation is going to be about a paper. And so some of you have seen this paper before, written by myself, actually in the paper, Hanchi is the first author, and Marco, and then me and Miklos. And but before I get into the paper, I'll talk about a couple concepts. One is that this tweet from January from one of the co-founders of OpenAI, Andre Karpathy, said, the hottest new programming language is English, which I thought was interesting. And immediately my mind went to the idea of prompt engineering. And the paper that I wrote delves into this quite a bit. So let's define what prompt engineering is. It's the way that we can help provide what's called in-context learning to large language models. They actually take our prompt and it becomes a part of the model at that point, like the very end point of the model, in order to execute the task that we ask to be executed. So the better prompt we construct, we should get better results or behaviors from the LLM. So there are many techniques for prompt engineering. We're going to talk about some of those today. And first, it'll be prompt engineering in the audit. Some common types of prompts that you might have heard about are the zero-shot prompt. That's where you ask for an answer without giving any examples. So large language models have these emerging capabilities, which means things that they weren't necessarily programmed to do, but abilities they received just because of the nature of the data that was fed into them. So we can ask large language models to do things for which no one ever really explicitly programmed them to do, right? Because they're based on basically the whole internet, all the text on a lot of the internet anyway. We can ask the model to do anything without giving any example at all. Now, we might try to get better results by adding in chain of thought prompting. So if we ask the model to go through a series of steps or different ways of thinking, then we can get different results. And I'll show you an example of chain of thought prompting in the paper. And then few shot prompting is when you ask for an answer, but you give at least one example of what you want the answer to be. So I have in the paper, few shot chain of thought prompting. So we tell the model how to think, and we give an example. That's what you'll see in the paper. After I describe what's in the paper, I have more time to describe just thoughts that I've had and some more of the, I don't know if they're called pitfalls, but kind of problems you can run into with large language models, and maybe think about how to overcome them. And then I'll go back to this idea of English as being the most important, or not English, or natural language. He said English, didn't he? Yeah. English, okay, well, I'll stick with that, as being the hottest new programming language. Now, I did do a search, like, how much of the internet is composed of English? And what do you guys think? Like, out of 100%, what would you guess? So 40? Yeah. Okay, well, according to my sources on the internet, 26% of the internet is English, about 20% is Chinese, and then it goes down from there quite a bit. What was the next one? There was Spanish, and then Arabic. Spanish like 7%, Arabic like 5%. Portuguese was around 3%. And that's because Brazil is so big, not because of Portugal. Okay, well, let's get into the paper. Artificial Intelligence Co-Piloted Auditing. Now, we put this out in May of this year on SSRN, has over 1,000 downloads. That's different than views, you know, over 2,000 views, but over 1,000 downloads. And only like 30 of those are mine. So, and the other cool thing about this paper is that, like, yesterday or the day before, Marco, the co-author, was in a meeting with the head of KPMG audit, and he talked about their co-piloting initiative called Clara AI, but he said co-pilot. I don't know if he referenced this paper or not. I wasn't there, but Marco was pretty happy, took a picture and sent it to us. So we all know co-pilots concept is someone is sitting in an airplane with you who can take over and also do all the same things the pilot can do. Sometimes the pilot, you know, dies or something in the middle of the flight and you still need to safely land. You need a co-pilot. Or, you know, sometimes one takes a nap. I'm not a pilot, but I know they sleep on long journeys. Like when I flew here, maybe a pilot took a nap. I didn't take a nap because I was flying in coach and my knees were like banging against the seat and the guy in front of me. But I think the pilots get a little bit more comfort. So this concept has been extended to like Teslas, of course, Mercedes, Fords. They have their own co-pilot or autopilot features. Of course, it's not a perfect analogy for what's going on in software. We don't ask the software to take over usually. They kind of just help. So, but they have co-opted the term co-pilot for their programs. I think GitHub Copilot might have been the first. And now co-pilots are everywhere. Recently, Microsoft 365 Copilot is kind of making its debut, and I haven't used it yet. I don't know if any of you have used Microsoft Copilot, but I'm looking forward to it because it'll integrate all of our office productivity tools and make, I don't know, everything easier and better, I suppose. We'll be more productive. What about auditing? So in this study, we introduced the concept of co-piloted auditing, a highly collaborative partnership between human auditors and AI models that capitalizes on each other's capabilities to enhance auditing. In the paper, and I won't go into too much detail here, it's not my so Marco in the paper is like, he's really good. Like he can program his neural networks with every different type for specific tasks. He's really good. He helped on that part of the paper. I can tell you generally what is a foundation model, et cetera. I'll show you the chain of thought prompting to guide our the LLM we used, which was ChatGPT. In the audit process, and I'll talk about some of the prompting protocols that we use to help get better results from our auditing tasks. So we have these great drawings in our paper of the co-piloted auditing concept framework, which has, well, these are not very good. Okay, I'll look over here. So in the middle is co-piloted auditing, where you combine the auditor, the tasks, the audit evidence, and the foundation model. So where does the foundation model fit in? It's under the umbrella of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and a part of deep learning is foundation models. So what is a foundation model? Well, they were driven by the need for more efficient and adaptable models. So basically, foundation models, when I think of a foundation model, they're the result of large amounts of data from which you don't need supervised training. So in a supervised model, humans are involved, where they've tagged all of the records as something. So if you're talking about language, you could say, well, this word is a verb, this word's a noun, or you could say this word is part of, follows the next word. Humans are helping train the model and how they work. That's how natural language processing used to be done. There was a program called Prolog, which I tried when I was a PhD student, and it's like highly logic based, and you can create all these rules to try to approximate how the human language works. English was what we were using. Foundation models are self-supervised in the way they learn, which is really neat, because what happens is you don't have to tell a foundation model, or in self-supervised learning, what's the next word. There's so much data that it plays a guessing game with itself. So it'll take a sentence and it removes a word. And it says, well, with all the current sentences, all the current words in this sentence, I'm now going to guess what's the missing word, what the missing word is. And if I can do that again and again and again, hundreds of billions of times with the amount of data that they're being trained on, then I can now associate one word, the word that's being guessed, with all the words that usually surround it. So you don't have to tell a model beforehand with human training what the next word should be, because it has so much data. It'll just remove a word and then figure out the words that are typically associated with it. So now when it's generating words like in an LLM, like we're used to seeing in ChatGPT, it can guess what the next word should be based on all the words that precede it. And that's exactly how the model was trained. So now this is a foundation model. It hasn't been trained to do one specific task, but it's actually able to do many different tasks, downstream tasks, or tasks, that we end up using it for. So I hope that was a decent explanation of what a foundation model is. Once you have it, you can fine tune it to do a specific task, and that's where you bring in the prompts, right? So in this case, we're talking about utilizing the model like ChatGPT, giving it certain prompts to help it to complete audit tasks. In context learning is the idea of giving it these specific prompts for the specific tasks at hand. All right, well, let's get into the actual prompts and the tasks that we're completing. So we use a chain of thought prompting protocol, and we have 6 parts to our prompt. Okay, and this is the list: the task explanation prompt, action explanation prompt, and so on. I'm going to go through them one by one, so I don't need to read them to you now. First, in our prompt protocol, we have a task explanation prompt. Now, in this first case, we have 3 different auditing tasks in the paper. In this task, we're going to do journal entry testing. And so we're going to tell the model what the task is in the first part of our prompt. And I'll just read this to you. It says, "You are an excellent auditor of tabular financial transactionals. Transactions. I'm not sure if that's a typo, but I didn't write this one. I wrote a different one. This was Marco's. Okay, of tabular financial transactions referred to as journal entries. Given a tabular journal entry data set and information about how to audit the data, you break it down into a sequence of audit actions. Please set this as rule 1 and obey this rule for all following instructions unless you are asked to ignore the rule. Please do not start auditing until I say audit, and don't reply anything else. Instead, just return the output message, processed, waiting for the next input. Okay, so in this case, I put the model's reply. Understood, I've set the following as rule 1, and it just basically repeats what it will do. Now, in this task explanation prompt, there are 3 prompting principles that we use. One is we establish output boundaries when we say, in that last part, don't reply anything else. Instead, just return the output message, processed, waiting for the next input. We found that these models are very verbose. So when they reply to what we type, they just went on and on and on. And we just said, no, don't say anything until I ask you to say more. So we established the output boundary. We give instructions on persistence. We found the models often forget what you say, especially when there are multiple steps to your prompt. So we say, don't forget anything, okay? This is rule 1, and obey it for all following instructions. So that's the instruction on persistence. And prompt numbering helps with this. But so for each prompt, we call rule 1, rule 2, rule 3, rule 4, etc. So we explain the task, then we explain what the action will be. Now this looks very small, but I have a trick here. I can just zoom in. Hey, there we go. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, just the very beginning. It says, as an auditor, your task is to examine journal entry data recorded in an audit client's ERP system. Specifically, you are responsible for detecting 2 types of anomalous journal entries within large data sets. So we then go on to describe what are the anomalies. There are global anomalies, local anomalies, and then it's supposed to keep those definitions in mind when analyzing the data set. Right, the next prompt, the input data explanation. So we're going to describe what the input data will look like. So in this case, we're giving it tabular data. So we're going to describe what are the columns or the attributes of the data, right? The top row in your data set. So we'll have the fiscal year. We explain what that means, the document number, department title, vendor name, document type, and transaction amount. We describe the data some more. We say it's going to be formatted as a CSV. And this is an example of what the input data will look like. Right. So the next one, rule 4, output data explanation. What we want, how we want the output data formatted when ChatGPT responds to us. So we wanted to give us an alert message, detected global anomaly, and then show the anomalous journal entries, and then the rationale describing why it was an anomaly. Okay. There were also 2 prompting principles, new prompting principles in this step. One is to report any incapabilities. So in this case, we say that if you cannot find any anomalies, please explain the reason you cannot find one. Basically, you don't have to find an anomaly. What we found was the model, if you tell it to look for an anomaly, it'll find one when there isn't one, because it wants to be a good boy. You know, it wants to do a good job, make you happy, and find anomalies. So we have to give it the alternative to not find an anomaly. And then it will realize, okay, I'm still a good boy if I don't find an anomaly, right? And the next one is reporting rationale. So whenever it does report on something, don't just report it, also give, you know, the reason why you think that is an anomaly. 5th is the input output example prompt. So in this case, we actually give it the input, sample input, and sample output. So it has the whole picture in one place. So we've doubled down on what that should look like. And lastly, the task execution prompt, where we give it some data, right? So we gave it some actual data with the column the column types, the attribute names at the top, and then it's able to read this CSV data, this tabular data, and make sense of it. So in this, it finds a global anomaly. The transaction amount of 1 million in this journal entry is significantly larger than other transaction amounts in the data set. And then a local anomaly, the journal entry with document number, so it corresponds to a local anomaly. The journal entry contains department title 25 fleet management, which is typically not observed with the vendor name Ida Joe's, and document type petty cash. So there were other anomalies. We put a ... here, but it found the 4 anomalies that we had placed in the data set. Question, Robert? You look so confused. Oh, yes. Okay.
In half the time that you took to explain that. So why is that better than what we had before?
Well, how long did it take you to learn SQL?
Say that again?
I said, how long did it take you to learn SQL?
I don't know how long it took me. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, if you're at this level,
Yeah.
and I see you're saying that you're an auditor,
Yeah.
and you're not an IT person.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
What I was.
Yeah, right.
Then
Yeah, that's
you
the
don't
point.
know SQL.
Yeah. So anyone can do this. It's like that movie Ratatouille. Anyone can cook.
Right, but you've got to learn this.
You do, but it, you know, the idea is it's all done in a new way with natural language. We don't know all of the efficiencies that you'll gain, or even all the new problems because of the problematic outputs. I like to call them undesirable outputs, not hallucinations. I think that's a subset, but we've now opened the doors perhaps to more people being able to query the data set and more automation, I think, because I believe there's more ways to automate these types of results.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are high-level SQL generators available. I've taught hundreds of clients how to write their own query programs using these high-level ones, especially on IBM equipment. And I think that they could have done it just as well as that. So what are the advantages of that?
Yeah, well, it's like I said, now with natural language, you can accomplish the same thing. You don't need SQL perhaps as much, or it's a new way of generating SQL. This is an SQL generator too. I can use ChatGPT to generate SQL, and it might be easier to use than the one you used. I mean, I don't know, but we're showing something new, and it's not up to me to see who latches onto it and how it makes its way through into the real world. And I didn't invent this stuff, either. But I think it's great, and this is a pretty cool application. But I really think natural language is the way. I'm going to show you another example. Look at this. There's another one that maybe you can't do with SQL. So in this task, we use prompt engineering, and we're pulling data straight from the text. It's not in a database. Okay, it's not in CSV format. It's not in a relational database. It's just in the text. And I said, hey, create me a JSON file from this with the information, with the specific task. So this is just the last prompt with the task and the results. And it did. It said, here's your JSON file. Here's the plan name for the retirement plan. Here's the type. If it's DB, here's the DB type. Here's the city, and here's the state. And just from those paragraphs, it created this nice JSON file, which then I can, use for my whatever I want it for my analysis, right? And then, yeah, this doesn't show all the data because there's the ... You see the ... But, whoops, wow, this really moves fast. Anyway, the point is it's flexible. It doesn't just work with structured data. Thank you for the comment. So that's this paper. It has limitations. Do you have a clock? Oh, 12:51. So I have like 20 minutes. Yeah, 15, 20 minutes. Yeah. So the limitations of this paper or of these tasks, they're very well defined. They not adapt well to less predictable audit environments. Maybe they're not so reusable across clients. So yeah, you're right. Constructing these prompt protocols takes quite a bit of effort, right? A new expertise. Yes.
As chair, I guess I could ask you that question.
Yeah.
Because you please, otherwise our colleagues who might won't hear us. Yeah, in addition to the specific prompts and the specific output that you got here,
Yeah.
if we wanted to create a SQL app to do this, we could use the same logic to get ChatGPT to create the SQL app. Or if we wanted to create a Python app, we could use the same logic that you use to create that Python app.
Yeah.
Which implies that what we're doing is probably going to be a lot more flexible than first learning SQL and then secondly, building a SQL app to do something very specific.
Yeah, 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 I totally agree. I think I'm going to talk a little bit about that later too, if I can get to my last slide on the pros of having this natural language interface. The pros, PROS, not PROSE. Okay, so there are other limitations. Yeah, we don't have a metric for our prompts. We just, this is a first go at it. There could be adversarial attacks that we don't know are going to now occur with prompts being manipulated. There are new vulnerabilities we don't know about. Their computational resources may be stretched because using a large language model, I pay $20 a month to use ChatGPT 4, but they only allow me to give 50 prompts every 3 hours, which I guess it means it costs a lot to run these prompts.
You're going to see this afternoon, we are going to show the AFA transformation we are doing, and we want to do 4,000 items. Because of that limitation.
So yeah, thank you. So let's switch gears a little and just talk about some new work that we're doing. This was actually prompted by Hanchi Gu, and the co-author of the last paper. So these ideas are both of ours. What do you see here? What's the problem with this? Any problem with this picture? A lock on the first aid kit. Well, we don't want the wrong people getting a Band-Aid out now, do we? No. Here, this is your idea, Alan, to switch things up a little. Hey, do you like this picture too? Shopping carts in front of the fire exit, not very safe. Oh, and here's a guy with a forklift with a, what's that thing called? A scissor lift on a forklift. They can get very high that way, but it's probably not safe. Okay, what am I getting at? What am I getting at here? How about multimodal applications for audits, where you can combine text, images, speech, structured data, 3D images, that were all used to train a foundation model for the downstream tasks. So I'm going to show you an example of a multimodal application. Now, in the last 3 examples, we sort of had multimodal, like we were combining tabular data with textual data in some of the cases. In this one, I'm going to show you a combination of text and images. Okay. And we're going to audit for OSHA safety hazards. So I created a ladder safety inspector GPT using the new functions in ChatGPT. You can create your own GPT models now. And I gave it some instructions. I said, you examine photos for ladder rule violations. If there are violations, you cite OSHA rules found in the ladder safety guidelines document uploaded to your knowledge base to report on all violations found in each photo. You will cite the rule and give a description of each violation. So I do have a ladder safety guidelines document that I created with the help of ChatGPT. So we don't need to read it or anything, but And basically the main part is it has these general safety rules with sort of a title and a reference to an OSHA standard. So let me just, since I'm sharing my screen, I can show you the actual, I'm going to put the microphone down. Right, here's my ladder safety inspector. So I've opened it up, I'm configuring it. So I have a description of what it does right here. And that's put in the GPT bot with the instructions that you just read. And here I uploaded the ladder safety guidelines, right? That's the document we just saw. All right, well, now you know what that looks like. So I already ran some things and took some screenshots. But why, you might be wondering, why upload a document that was created by ChatGPT as a knowledge base for the custom GPT bot? Well, I looked at the document and I didn't actually do this, but it's a human curated document. I went to the OSHA, I didn't actually do this, but I could have gone to the OSHA standards and said, these are the actual OSHA standards for what it said. Now I know that that's correct. So I can now limit the set of possible responses to what's in this document. And I know when it cites those OSHA standards, they're correct. And it's not hallucinating because I already checked it, ostensibly. So I can reduce the number of undesired responses. So it's good. I think it's good to have this document, even though ChatGPT helped me create it. I had to do some fiddling with it to get it just right, but it did do most of the heavy lifting. So I showed it this image. So, and then with this bot, you just upload an image and then it cites the standards if there's any violations. So I can see some problems here. So this is the result. It said, well, here are the problems. The ladder's on the stairs. And then it says things that aren't true. It says there's a person standing at the top of the ladder, which would be a violation. But if you look at the picture, he's actually not on the top of the ladder standing. Okay. And one person rule, there are multiple people on the ladder, which is not true. There's only one person on the ladder. What's that? Oh, okay. But it could be the person at the top of the ladder is not being safe. That seemed right. So it got things sort of right. Okay. I showed it this picture. Someone who's being completely safe. I think he's being safe. And it said, well, there are some issues present. And it starts to say what it could be doing wrong. It's like, well, I can't really tell. The person appears to be doing this, like standing on the top rung, which he wasn't. If the person is not maintaining 3 points of contact. So what's wrong with my bot? I talked about this concept earlier in the paper. Why it's pointing out violations that don't exist. How might I possibly reduce this type of undesired output from the bot? Yeah. Am I not? Oh, you want a microphone? No, just so people hear. Yeah. It's true. It's not wrong. But I don't like it anyway. So what I did is I changed my instructions. I added a line. I said, if there are no clear violations, do not cite any rules. Do not suppose just because it isn't clear from the photo that there could be a violation. So I basically said, well, don't give me all these scenarios where there might be a problem, and this would be the rule that would be broken if there were a problem. I found that kind of annoying. So after I wrote this, I ran it again on that photo. And this is what it said. It said, oh, everything seems to be good. The ladder is being used correctly. There are no visible violations. And it tells everything that the ladder is doing, the person is doing correctly. So I thought that was great. So a foundation model can be created with text, I described, right? Also with images. So this area I'm not really expert in at all, but it can say, based on one part of an image, what it expects to see in the next part of the image, right? That's how it can generate images somehow, just like it generates text. I can't give you any more detail than that, but it has a foundation model merged in there with its from images and text. So it's got tabular data too, also has code. It's very versatile. Okay. So I thought about this idea of prompt symmetry. Like if you tell the model that they should do something, you can also tell the model not to do something. That's what I was sort of talking about earlier. So I came up with this sort of like one big circle that encompasses all actions from the LLM and what we tell it to do and not to do. So this diagram visualizes the following here. A positive prompt, if you find a ladder, do this. And then a negative prompt. Do not report on proper ladder. Do not report on proper ladder usage. So I figure that they don't seem to really intersect. They don't encompass all possible responses or all possible scenarios, but they have two, right? Another way of doing this would be to say, if you find a ladder violation, report on it. Or if you do not find a ladder violation, do not report on it. So I think this encompasses everything. Do report or finding a ladder violation and not finding a ladder violation, right? It's one or the other. All right. Now, what if you add it together? If you find a ladder violation, report on it. If you do not find a ladder violation, do not report on it. And then also, if you find proper ladder usage, do not report on it. So there's a little bit of redundancy in here. And I don't know if that's a problem or not, but it's good to know about. Now, in this situation, we have, I would call prompt interference. You have the last three that I mentioned, and then at the bottom, if you find a hard hat violation, report on it. So you didn't find a ladder violation, but you did find a hard hat violation. So should they report on it? Well, yeah, and no, because a hard hat violation is not a ladder violation, but it is a hard hat violation. So you have some interference here, like two different things. So when you're constructing prompts, I figured, well, you need to make sure you're not giving it conflicting instructions. So I'd call this conflicting instructions in a prompt. Right, I'm almost done. So that made me think, you know, these guys who go to school, and you might have been one of them, and took a class in logic. I think that's really valuable now, like more valuable than ever. I didn't take a class in logic, but now I want to. Miklos, we should offer a class in logic and prompt engineering. I should probably teach it, but I first have to take a class in logic. I think Alan and Robert are always like correcting me. I think they've taken classes in logic. Yeah, double negatives, triple negatives. Yeah. Do not do that. You know, my kids are logicians, you know. Somehow they figure out everything wrong I say, and they find all the loopholes in what I say, and they stay out of trouble. I mean, I want them to stay out of trouble, but I don't want it to be because they tricked me or because so they outsmarted me because their minds are so young. Yeah, you know, you're young. So here are all the different topics for the future logic class, Miklos. So yeah, I found it. I mean, I chat GPT'd it, but I had to give the right prompts to get this like groundbreaking list of topics for logic and chat GPT. So yeah, this is the future, I think, because I think it's what this guy said. The hottest new programming language is English, and it's beyond just prompt engineering, like I showed you. So last thoughts. Yeah, I mean, I should, right? I would love to. I need, yeah. We can get someone from the outside the business school to help teach it. All right, well, let's talk to her. All right. So the hottest new programming language is English beyond prompt engineering. What do I mean by that? Well, I was thinking, what if there's a camera in a parking garage? And I own the camera, or I'm the owner of the garage. And this camera is an Internet of Thing device. You know, it connects to my phone or whatever. But now it has now I have a natural language interface. So I just say, hey, when you see someone, camera, forcibly entering a car, send me a text message along with the video of the incident, right? And then I tell my phone, hey, when you get a text from this camera, notify me immediately with an alert ringtone. So already I can use natural language to help the camera. I mean, the camera can communicate with the phone and the phone communicates with me. I mean, this is just like one small chain of events and devices reaching, you know, from the internet getting to me. But the way I'm thinking about it is, this is just a very simple example. Or if there's an auditor who doesn't own the camera, but is given access to the camera, find all instances of workers not following OSHA guidelines. That's very broad. Summarize the results and store them in the database. And then the auditor could say to the database, find all instances of workers not wearing hard hats while Supervisor Jenkins is on duty, because Supervisor Jenkins is apparently not doing a good job. And then give me a report with the images and video clips for each incident. But I think it goes beyond this. I think natural language is the glue that will bring together devices, frameworks, data sets, humans, you know, APIs, computer programs. It's all going to be tied together with natural language. Precise command of natural language will lead to more predictable outcomes in human interactions with technology and in technology interactions with technology. And I believe this new paradigm shift in how we communicate with technology will unleash unforeseeable creative outcomes. This is what people have been saying, I'm sure, ever since ChatGPT came out, but now I'm saying it too. So what does that mean? It means I'm late to the party. But that's the end of my presentation. Any questions or comments? You need a microphone.
Right. I was just thinking about something there at the end. You're using natural language.
Yeah.
You got the American English.
Yes.
You got the British English. You got the South African English. You got the Australian English.
Yeah.
And you got New Zealand English.
Yeah.
Probably Canadian as well. They're all subtly different. Yeah,
Caribbean,
of course.
come on.
Yes. Yeah.
St. Lucia.
Caribbean as well. What's the prospectus? What's the potential problems that might arise because we all think we're speaking the same thing? The computer's expecting one version of it. How's it going to cope with 7 or 8 varieties where pants might mean 7 or 8 different things?
Yeah,
for example.
I mean, those are just, I suppose it will use the same techniques it uses to cope with the difference between, you know, Spanish and Portuguese. They're all just new languages, but they're just different dialects, slight variations of each one. And with enough data and with enough, what you call reinforce, no, it's human feedback. It's the human feedback. It's like the reinforced learning through human feedback, I think, RLHF. So we can, if we really want the model to do something like really badly, like OpenAI does, when I try to ask it everything, I guess I have the worst mind in the world because everything funny I want it to do, it says it can't do. I'm just being funny, you know. It says I can't do that. It's just inappropriate, you know. I asked it I asked it something totally benign once. Like, I just can't remember, but it was funny. And it said it wouldn't do it because it was too nonsensical. Like, come on, no one's being hurt. But yeah, I think you can add in additional human reinforced learning. If you want it to do that, you can tell it to do that, and you can give it specific ways of, the languages mostly intersect. You can help it see where they don't intersect, I guess, but it should learn it on its own with enough data as well. Yes.
If I could just augment what Alan said, there's American English.
Yeah.
There's proper English that's spoken in English in England.
Yes.
But there's also Scottish English.
Okay. So you just came here to like make people upset. Okay.
And as chair, I think we have about 5 minutes left, but just want to point out that there are US dollars, Brazilian reais,
yes,
okay, British pounds, etc., and we still get along.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it's a big problem either. I mean, we know that speech to text or text to speech on my phone, it can speak in like 7 different English dialects or accents already. I mean, this seems like a problem that's not a big problem. I personally prefer, well, I won't say. I have a favorite accent on my Siri phone, on my iPhone. All right, anyway, I think we've reached our time. Am I right? Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, the audience, for questions. So now it's time for lunch. Unfortunately, we are not providing lunch here, so we should go to any restaurant you prefer nearby. But I will give you some suggestions. But for those that are online, we will be back at 2:30. Okay, at 14:30 we'll be back.
Okay.
With the connection right now, and we will reconnect it by 2:30. The same link.
Is it safe to leave the computer?
I will talk there.
You take it?
Yes. So see you soon, guys.